Here.
Mr. Bessel?
Here.
Mayor Karr? Mayor Karr?
Present.
And Mr. Brewer?
Present.
And I'd like to say that it's Mr. Brewer, no, Ms. Landy, Mr. Muggs, and Mr. White are all present as staff professionals.
At this time, we'll hear any comments from the public to speak on matters that are not on the agenda. Seeing no one, we'll close that portion of the meeting. We have approval of minutes. November 12th, 2024. The minutes are the transcripts. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Now we have the minutes of the November 18th, 2024. Again, it's the transcript or the minutes. Could we have a motion to approve? Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, great. Committee reports, minor site plan committee.
I had one. Purchase orders.
Oh, I'm sorry, we'll go to correspondence and bills, I'm sorry. Okay, we have our bills.
I have purchase order number 202-42247, Michelle Quick, for transcript proceedings, $133. I have purchase order number 202-42263, for Michelle Quick, transcript proceedings for $49. I have purchase order number 202-42175, Phillips Pricing Rival for Planning and General, $2,715. Purchase order number 202-42279, Marizini Falcone LLP, Legal Services for December, $1,610. If there are no questions, I recommend the purchase orders be approved.
Do we have a second? Second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Clorinda?
Yes.
Mr. Battagalise?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mrs. Stecker?
Yes.
Mrs. Potkalesky?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Bessel?
Yes.
Mayor Karr?
Yes.
And Mr. Brewer?
Yes.
Karen, do we have any correspondence? No. Okay. No, okay. Committee reports, minor site plan committee? No report, master plan review committee? New business? Anybody have any new business or old business? We'll move right along then to TV 3-24. 1625.
Sue?
Yes.
I'm going to excuse myself from both of these.
Well, I think you better, you want to put a statement on the record, or do you want Andy to do it?
I think he's just going to recuse himself from this application. He'll step out of the hallway and not be part of it and play back in, correct?
Mr. Bessel, you'll be after the first two, correct? I'll come back and get you when we're done. Okay, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
For the record, Tom Alvin on behalf of the applicant. We're here tonight for completeness only. We have Mr. Ryden's memo of November the 26th, where he identifies the waivers that we need. I think he's asked that we give you a brief statement about those waivers and why we think they're granted. And Mr. Keller on my left, who'd be happy to do that for you. No, sorry. Mr. Keller is here, be happy to do that for you.
For the record, Eric Keller, Bowen Consulting Group. We have 7 site plan waivers, 1 variance waiver, which is a duplicate of a site plan waiver. So, and I will note that all of these waivers were granted for our prior application, which was approved last March. Last March, this March, I don't know, whatever. Time flies. Plan scale, because of the size of the project, we're asking for 40 scale as opposed to 30. For water courses, bridges, we have shown all of that except for bridges because there are none to show. LOI, we had submitted under the original application for the overall development, a letter from Dave Kruger of VTI, a noted wetlands expert, saying that there were no wetlands on the property. Waste and recycling, I will repeat my testimony from the prior application. Soil disturbance, topography, item 57, within 100 feet of the site, 50 feet is provided, same as our prior approval. Soil disturbance, when we were here for the preliminary for the entire site, we got soil disturbance for the entire project. Same with tree removal. And we had submitted an EIS for the original application. This parcel for phase 2 has no existing buildings on it. There are no environmental constraints. So we're asking for a waiver of what we already submitted. And that is all I have.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have no objection to the granting of these waivers. I agree with Mr. Keller's presentation. Recommend that the application be complete. Yes. Is this microphone on?
Yes.
Yes, I'm recommending that the application be deemed complete.
I just want to concur with Bill. I agree that the application is complete.
Do any board members have any questions or comments?
God bless you.
No? Okay. Everything's good. Do we have a motion to deem the application complete and approve, recommend and approve the waivers? Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Opposed? Excellent. So we will see you at our next meeting in the new year. Have a great holiday.
Thank you. You too. Have a good night.
Application P. Can you hear me now? No problem. Thank you very much. The next application we have is PB 4-24, R. Keller Construction. Is there anyone here on behalf of this application? Is there any attorney here? No? Okay. Do we want to call him back in and then he can?
Excuse me, Sue, we have to wait until we see the complete or incomplete. He recused himself.
There's
No.
nobody here. There's nobody here for that application. That's the point. She just called it and nobody responding that they're here for our Keller.
Oh,
That
okay,
application.
you know, deem it complete or incomplete? I thought you did that, the board did that.
Well, we will deem it incomplete. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not.
Do we want to tell him that he is,
He can come in. He's not.
okay, he can come in.
It's not.
Okay. in this one, right? Paul? This is the one, okay, okay. Yeah, so, Bill, do you want to go over your report for this, please?
Yes, sure. I submitted my report dated November 27th on this application. This is a two-lot minor subdivision with a bulk variance for building coverage.
Can't hear you.
Okay. Referring to my November 27th, 2024 letter to the board, this is a minor subdivision application with a bulk variance for building coverage. In that report, I deemed this application to be administratively incomplete. There are 12 items of information that have not been provided at all, and 10 requests for waivers. I don't believe we need to act on any waiver requests at this point until we get all the rest of the information. So, recommending that the board deem this application incomplete.
Okay. Ms. Landy, do you have it?
Again, just for brevity's sake, I concur with Mr. Ryan.
Okay. And how about any comments from the board? Could we have a motion? And we have a second? Second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, the application has been deemed incomplete. Thank you.
That's working, so just make everything else the same as that.
Yeah.
Got it. That should show.
Yep. Oh, okay. Next on the agenda, we have McDonald's USA LLC.
Chair, before we get started, just a few. After that. Okay. Yep, you're about number 3. I just want to get a few cleanup items and address some of the issues that have come up since the last meeting. One, there's a lot of public interest and participation. Several of the members of the public, and who are very interested in this, have sent email and other correspondence directly to some of the members and some of the elected officials. They said they can't respond to that. I've advised them they can't, because that would taint any action that they take. Their decision here has to be made solely on what happens at this hearing under testimony. So you sent it in, and that's public participation for this application. It has to be in here. That's why there can't be any responses outside of the context of this. The mayor, the elected officials, members of this body, everybody can. So I just want to make that one clear. That's why there's no responses. The letters are, those emails are part of the records that are maintained by Morris Plains, but they can't be part of this application. Your testimony, your statements can. Number 2, I believe that Ms. Kumor is going to introduce herself, but there's an attorney that represents some of the members of the public. And as a general rule, people that are represented by counsel, your counsel speaks, you don't. So the limitation on whoever she represents, that group, that'll carry forward. Only she will be questioning the members that she represents won't be. She can introduce herself. And then the last one, we've had some special meetings. We have a special meeting on the 16th that's scheduled, special meeting on the 18th. And as you know, that's because of the interest, the public interest and the length of time. And as you see, there's 2 other applications that are also going to be pushing for time. So I went and looked, there are several ways to deal with matters in which there's extensive testimony or extensive interest. And I just want to read the applicable rule, and it's all, as I said before, it's on a reasonableness standard. What's reasonable? So, the the municipal land use law, which is 40:55D-1 and everything that follows, gives the rules for running meetings. Section 10, sub D, and I'll just read it. The testimony of all witnesses relating to an application for development shall be taken under oath or affirmation by the presiding officer, and the right of cross-examination shall be permitted to all interested parties through their attorneys if represented, or directly if not represented, subject to the discretion of the presiding officer and to reasonable limitations as to time and number of witnesses. And there's that word reasonable again. So, and I don't know, there's several ways to deal with things. One, more meetings, which is what you've done. And you can limit the scope, the time, and the ability, the length of time for cross-examination or presentation. I don't know if the board is interested in that or will. The presiding officer, which is the chair. And in trying to come up with what the word reasonable is, I went and looked at a few cases that deal with this. It's all individual based. They've had the courts have upheld 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes that I can see. And again, I'm not recommending anything other than the tools that the board has, should it wish to deal with the very significant public interest in this case. Anyway, that being said, I think if we could have if Mr. Vitolo would just bear with me for a minute, the attorney who represents several of the members, at least to introduce herself to the board, so we know who she represents. Very quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi, my name is Heather Kumor. I'm from Watershed Legal Group, and I'm representing Morris Plains, a citizens group for public safety. I'm not going to give the members right now, but they're here. And my background, by the way, I just want to let you know, I was both worked in the private and public sector, 10 years working for the city of Jersey City before going private. So I've been on both sides of this, and my intention is to be amicable with everything and make sure, my cousin, Leslie's somewhere over here, that's how I found out about this, contacted me, and we're concerned in how I got involved with this case. That's pretty much my introduction.
And I take it you'll self-limit the members of the LLC. You'll do the questioning for them, correct?
Yes, I will be representing. We are going to be, they did bring in an expert, a planning expert, Peter Steck. So we're looking forward to presenting his testimony as well. And thank you so much for this time.
Mr. Vitolo?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, board. It's nice to see everybody again. I do have one housekeeping matter that I'd like to address before we start. We did receive an email from Chris Shea, who is the fire marshal for Morris Plains. He said that he's been getting a lot of communications from residents, and he said that would we be willing to label the curb in front of our building fire lane, and it's the curb that's parallel to Speedwell Avenue, and we have no problem doing that. So our plans will reflect that we will label the front portion of our parking lot as a fire lane along the curb. And he did mention, and I think this is relevant for, I think one of our experts said this, that he said if a fire breaks out in this building, the fire department will be taking over the entire parking lot along with Speedwell and Dayton Road. So as we suggested, they would take jurisdiction over this site anyway, but we will agree to make that label on the parking.
I think you were reading from something, at some point, if that could make it into the record, it may have already, I'm not sure, but it would be good if that made it into the record in some form.
Sure. Okay, this is our final witness this evening. We have Mr. Nicholas Graviano. He is a professional planner, and I would ask that he be sworn in. Oh, that's right. recall, Mr. Graviano, that you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Graviano.
Just-
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to note, I did not provide my qualifications. I was simply sworn in if the board would like that for the record.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Graviano, please give the board the benefit of your qualifications.
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from Rutgers University, a master's degree in city and regional planning from Rutgers University, a law degree from the Temple University School of Law, where I received a distinguished class performance in state and local government law. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey. I also hold an AICP certification. I've testified before boards and governing bodies in over 100 municipalities in 18 different counties, including Roxbury, Rockaway, Morris Township, East Hanover, to name a few here in Morris County.
Are there any objections on the board to accepting his qualifications? Okay.
Thank you for having me, board.
Okay, Mr. Graviano, you prepared a analysis of the variances and waivers that we're seeking in this case, sir?
That is correct.
Could you please take the board through your justifications for why we believe these relief should be granted, sir?
Certainly. Just a quick summary. The applicant is requesting preliminary and final site plan approval with lot merger and bulk variance for a specific piece of property known as Block 23, lots 4 and 5, that is located in the B2 Business District Zone. The lot is roughly 0.967 acres, 0.976 acres in area. The property features 170 feet of frontage along Speedwell Ave and 245 feet of frontage along Dayton Road. Both properties are presently improved, both with a former Friendly's restaurant as well as a office building. The applicant is proposing to demolish all structures to construct a roughly 3,000 square foot McDonald's restaurant with a 2-lane drive-through, 39 seats with 32 on-site parking spaces, landscaping, lighting, paving, curbing, grading, drainage, and other related improvements are proposed as well. The project is located in the B2 zoning district. The B2 zoning district stretches from Speedwell Avenue, on Speedwell Avenue from Dayton Road to Hanover Avenue. This is a district that permits wide range of commercial uses, including the drive-through restaurant, which is proposed before you this evening. In terms of setbacks, the applicant is exceeding all required yard setbacks. A front yard setback of 33 feet is required on Speedwell Avenue. The applicant has 52 feet. The front yard on Dayton, 25 feet is required. The applicant has a little over 58 feet. In terms of the side yard, 10 feet is required, 80 feet is proposed. And from the residential zone setback, 35 feet is required, 96.7 feet is proposed with this application. The B2 district was amended to permit the drive-through uses in Ordinance 14-2023, titled an ordinance to provide for the partial amendment, supplementation, and revision of Chapter 13, 2000 Borough of Morris Plains Land Development Ordinance, Section 13-2.1, definition of terms, Section 13-5.1C, Schedule C, permitted uses. It goes on to say, whereas the master plan re-examination report for the Borough of Morris Plains, adopted 2018 of October, recognized that increased competition with online shopping has adversely impacted brick and mortar retail sales establishment in the borough's non-residential zones. To combat vacancies in the downtown areas, the re-exam report recommended that borough examine all the permitted uses of the non-residential zones in order to permit the experimental type of retail. Experimental type of retail seeks to attract customers to experience something in person at a commercial space or showroom that would not be possible online. It goes on to state in the summer of 2021, the Master Plan Review Committee undertook an examination of the permitted uses, and the Master Plan Examination Review Committee submitted a report to Borough Council on May 10th, 2023, that recommended drive-through restaurants be a permitted permissible use in the B2 and B3 zones. So the borough recognized that the use that the applicants before the board with this evening is a response to the changing economy, and this such use advances the goals and purposes of the master plan. We've had numerous hearings on this application. We've heard numerous hearings of testimony from licensed professionals on behalf of the applicant. We've also heard a lot of questions from the concerned public, and the cornerstone of any community is public participation, and we applaud everyone who's been at these hearings showing a commitment to their neighborhood and community. Based on this dialogue, the applicant has made numerous concessions and plan modifications. The first being that the applicant has reduced the proposed operational hours at the request of the board. The applicant is performing pedestrian and crosswalk improvements along Speedwell Avenue. The driveway exit onto Dayton Avenue has been designed to prohibit right turns, steering vehicles towards the Speedwell intersection. An extensive landscaping package and berming has been added to the yard adjacent to the residential neighbor on Dayton. The number of building mounted signs has been reduced. There will only be 3 wall-mounted signs that are modest on the building facades. And additionally, as you'll see in a future exhibit, the applicant will be willing to work with the municipality and the board on a facade design that is more traditional in nature in lieu of the more modern design that was not in favor by the board and some of the residents. So from a planning perspective, this is a very simple application. We've heard hundreds of questions and comments and everything, but this is a simple planning application. This is a permitted use before the board. The applicant does not need to justify this use before the board. This isn't the zoning board where demonstration of particular suitability and an enhanced burden of proof is not necessary. The borough has done that already by making this a permitted use via the master plan and the zoning ordinance. So when you really dig deeper and examine the relief being requested by the applicant, there is nothing that constitutes a substantial detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. The first variance that the applicant is requesting is the loading variance, section 13-5.7B1, where a loading space is required and 0 loading spaces are proposed. As you heard in previous testimony, the applicant's engineers testified that there will be 2 45-minute deliveries a week in non-peak hour restaurant hours. Testimony and exhibits were given showing that the safe unloading of goods can occur in the drive aisle. This is the customary delivery method for the majority of the 13,000 McDonald's restaurants nationwide. I did a little research. No standalone McDonald's restaurant in Morris County has a dedicated loading area. No standalone Wendy's restaurant in Morris County has a dedicated loading area. And no standalone Burger King in Morris County has a designated loading area. So utilizing the drive aisle for loading is a very customary situation. Additionally, it reduces unnecessary pavement and impervious coverage for infrequent activity of deliveries on a very modest building. The applicant is also requesting a parking variance pursuant to section 13-5.7A, Schedule E, off-street parking space requirements. The ordinance of the municipality actually has 2 different parking standards. The first being that 1 parking space shall be provided for every 2.5 seats within the building, or 1 parking space for every 75 square feet of gross floor area, whatever is greater. So if you look at the parking requirement by the number of seats, that would be 16. However, the parking requirement through the gross floor area is 41. Which is a little bit of an oddity. This is a very modest-sized restaurant, only 3,000 square feet, where a good portion of the interior space is the kitchen area. You heard the traffic engineer give some data on this situation. As per the ITE calculations, a restaurant of this size would only require 14 off-street parking spaces. Additionally, you heard data of a survey of 31 McDonald's in New Jersey. The average is 18 off-street parking spaces. The busiest McDonald's, which was on Route 1 and 9 in Rodaway, utilized at peak hour 30 off-street parking spaces. That restaurant, however, is 2,000 square feet larger than the one proposed today, and on a highway with an average daily traffic of 60,000 vehicles, 3 times the amount of the 20,000 which the Speedwell on this site enjoys. So the data shows that the ordinance required parking is not needed to adequately serve the restaurant. Creating additional off-street parking that would actually meet the ordinance standards would create unnecessary pavement and add additional unneeded impervious coverage to the site. The applicant is also requesting a fencing variance. A maximum of 6 feet is permitted and 8 feet is proposed in the rear yard adjacent to the landscape berm. This obviously provides increased screening for the neighbors. The benefit of the increased vent height outweigh any detriments that the extra 2 feet will create. Now, to discuss the signage variances, I will put forth Exhibit A10, which is a revised architectural elevation of the building, which does indicate the signage locations on the building. The building-mounted signage this exhibit will show. Additionally, this will show a revised facade elevation. Obviously, the applicant would be willing to work on these elevations based on the board comments and the board professionals' comments, so this elevation certainly is not set in stone. So in the front elevation, you have the Speedwell Avenue facade. On this facade, you have the only signage is the McDonald's arches. That sign needs relief for the letter height, whereas 3.5 feet is proposed where 2 feet in height is permitted. The rear elevation, at the previous hearing, the applicant removed the sign. On the south-facing elevation, the non-drive-through side elevation, the applicant additionally only has the golden arches. That sign will also need relief for the sign height as well as the square footage. Lastly, the applicant also agreed to remove signage on the Dayton Avenue frontage, where on the Dayton Avenue frontage you only have the McDonald's letter signing. That sign meets the permitted square footage, however, the applicant is requesting a variance for the letter height. So the relief being requested in relation to signage is from 13-5.8C. The maximum letter or logo height for wall-mounted signage shall be 2 feet. The applicant is proposing 3.5 feet. This is done to promote visibility for motorists. You'll see similar sign heights with the Chase Bank and the Citizens Bank along Speedwell Avenue. The applicant is also requesting relief from 13-5.8C1, as in the lighting of signs shall be limited to indirect lighting, spotlighting, or backlighting. The applicant is proposing internally lit signage for safety and visibility reasons. Similarly, you'll see at Citizens Bank and Chase Bank, they have internally lit signs. This is certainly in keeping with the established sign pattern on Speedwell Avenue. So the applicant is requesting that relief. Now the applicant is also requesting relief for the number of freestanding signs, and this is really a technicality because the ordinance does not provide for menu boards in this zoning district. So the applicant is requesting a variance for the quantity of freestanding signs. 1 freestanding sign is permitted and 5 are proposed. However, there is only 1 freestanding sign which meets the ordinance size limits on Speedwell Avenue. The other 4 freestanding signs are menu boards for the drive-through. The mixed-use commercial overlay zone, which is on Route 10, does provide parameters for the menu boards. That zoning district does allow 1 pre-order and 1 menu board permitted for the drive-through lane. The applicant is providing 1 of each per each drive-through lane. Additionally, in that zone, the maximum sign area of an ordering menu shall not exceed 30 square feet. The applicant is at 19.7 square feet per each menu board sign. Additionally, the maximum sign area for a pre-ordering menu board sign shall not exceed 20 square feet. The applicant is at 9.8 square feet for the pre-ordering sign. So it's certainly within the established limits of ordinance standards for drive-through facilities in other zones. That does trigger a variance for maximum freestanding sign area. where a maximum freestanding sign area of 20 square feet is required, and the cumulative square feet of those 5 signs is 75.4 square feet. As I stated before, the freestanding sign is 16 square feet, 20 square feet is permitted by ordinance, so that's certainly within keeping of the ordinance regulations. The B2 district allows for freestanding signs in the front yard only, and the menu board and the pre-order board are in the side yard. So a variance is required for the freestanding sign locations, certainly due to the construction of the ordinance standards, which are not set forth for the B2 zone. The applicant is also requesting freestanding sign material variance. Signs shall be constructed of painted wood, wood-like material, or wood-appearing material. The applicant is proposing aluminum materials for the sign. The applicant is also requesting a variance for freestanding sign lighting, whereas indirect lighting is required, and the applicant proposes LED and internal lighting. I'm going to introduce Exhibit A11. Where look at the signage of Citizens Bank. And Chase Bank, the freestanding sign, as well as the wall-mounted signs are internally illuminated. That's certainly in keeping with the signage patterns along Speedwell Avenue for corner lots and drive-through type uses. I would also like to note, as you see in the aerial photography, you will not see any loading areas on these sites. The loading area for these sites are all done through the drive aisles within the off-street parking areas. I would like to note that based on my examination of all the commercial uses along Speedwell Avenue, there's only one user which had a loading dock, and that makes sense, that's the former Acme site. So not having a loading area on a commercial use on Speedwell Avenue is the norm, and it's certainly been able to accommodate the business uses without the use of a loading area. Lastly, the applicant is requesting some design waivers related to the parking stall size. 10 by 20 feet is required, 9 by 18 square feet is proposed. You've heard in previous testimony that that's the standard parking spot size. There's also a waiver being requested for the striping. 18-inch hairpin striping is required, and single line striping is proposed. And lastly, there's a design waiver for the screening. An 8-foot fence is proposed where a maximum of 6 feet is permitted. Now, all those variances that I just mentioned can be granted under the C2 criteria, where in an application related to a specific piece of property, here you have Block 23, Lots 4 and 5, a vacant former Friendly's restaurant and office building located in the B2 zoning district. The purposes of the municipal land use law would be advanced by a deviation from the zoning ordinance requirements. Looking at the purposes of zoning that this proposal advances, it certainly advances purpose A, to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. You have a elimination of a vacant and underutilized structure. The use, as per the goals and objectives of the master plan, promotes a use resilient to the current economy, furthering the goals of the master plan and zoning ordinance. Additionally, when you look at the parking variance as well as the loading variance, the reduction in impervious coverage on the site certainly promotes the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Additionally, the internally lit signing helps minimize any halo impacts from indirect signage. So that creates a safer environment for motorist recognition of the site. Additionally, this promotes purpose G to provide sufficient space and appropriate location for a variety of commercial uses according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. Obviously, this is a permitted use and it's appropriate location for the proposed use. In terms of the sufficient space, the applicant is exceeding all the required building setbacks of the district. Lastly, this helps promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangements. There's an extensive landscaping package which does not exist today adjacent to the residential neighbor. Additionally, the increased landscape buffer adjacent to Dayton Road will be provided for within this application. So there's certainly the increased landscaping package and a new building which is not abandoned or not being used certainly promotes a desirable visual environment. Looking at the negative criteria, the benefits of any deviation would substantially outweigh any detriment. As I stated in my testimony, all the variances do not create a substantial detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, nor the public good, and there are solid reasons for the granting of such variances. So in conclusion, all the applicant's relief is minimal in nature and certainly could be granted under the C2 criteria advancing purposes A, G, and I of the municipal land use law.
Mr. Graviano, could you just pull up the elevation that you showed initially, please? What's the difference between this and the one we showed originally?
The previous design was very modern in nature with materials that were modern appearing. The applicant strove here to use a siding-like material. Here you'll see it's fiber cement board, which people will commonly know as hardy plank. It's a material used to look like siding that's a little bit more durable. It's a little bit more aesthetically pleasing in nature. So that was done to create a building that's a little bit more in keeping with the visual environment on Speedwell Avenue.
And the prior rendering was what, dark gray?
It was a dark gray, vertical boards, and this was seeking to create a more traditional appearance.
Okay. Josh, do we have that rendering? No? Okay. We don't have any other further direct questions for this witness.
Let's get Liz first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question I have actually has to do with the, can you hear me okay? It has to do with the architecture.
Yes.
And, you know, specifically in September, we had talked about brick, and that brick was sort of a prominent material, particularly in the larger buildings on Speedwell Avenue. Is there any opportunity to put brick or brick siding in this location?
Yes, the applicant is certainly willing to work with the board on providing additional brick on the facades.
I've got a rendering that we can show you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sending it to him now. Just take 1 second. Apologize for the delay. You can take some more questions while we're getting this loaded up.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
The next question has to do with the loading space. So is it your testimony that even if you had, let's say, a site twice as large, there would still be no loading space?
As you heard in the traffic engineer's testimony, none of the current prototypes are being designed with loading spaces. So even if the site was larger, the applicant would not be providing loading space.
So a related question is, if there are not, it's not their practice, McDonald's practice, to provide a loading space, is there any opportunity to not have deliveries by tractor trailer?
That would be a question I'd have to discuss with the applicant. But I think you heard in testimony that the very modest 2 deliveries at 45 minutes a week are done through tractor trailer.
And now I know you're providing a landscaping buffer along the eastern edge, and you're providing some additional landscaping along Dayton. There is, since you've moved the driveway north, you provide additional landscaping sort of in the northeast corner of the site that's across from a residence, so that in doing that, it would potentially help block any headlight glare that would be coming from cars circulating through the site.
The applicant would certainly be willing to provide additional landscaping.
Okay. My next question has to do with there was information in the application about signs on bollards. Is that still being proposed? And if so, what are they?
Those are directional signs for the drive-through lanes. They say any lane, anytime. They guide the motorist in the drive-through lanes. I would certainly classify them as directional signs.
Okay, and do you, for the record, do you have the proposed square footage of that? And money.
They're less than 2 square feet.
Okay, all right. Madam Chair, those are my only questions at the moment. Thank you.
And we're going to pull this image up for you in a minute.
Okay, do we have any questions and comments from the board? Mr. Robinwood? Mr. Garabaglia?
You guys hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Come closer. All right. I think you had mentioned in what you just provided information on, was it McDonald's on Route 1? Is that where you talk about traffic, 60,000 cars? Is that, did you?
I provided reference to the McDonald's in Rahway on Route 109.
Okay. And then you said about a third of that, or 20,000, would be on speed bump, the amount of traffic running on
No,
speed.
what my testimony was, the traffic engineer provided the most busy McDonald's that he had data on.
Okay.
It was a restaurant that was 2,000 square feet larger than what we're proposing on a highway with 3 times the traffic. Their max parking demand was 30 off-street parking spaces, whereas we're providing 32 with this
So,
application.
right, so 3 times the traffic, and you said about 60,000
3 times the
cars.
traffic in a restaurant that is 2,000 square feet larger, didn't even need the parking that we're providing with this application.
Right, but again, 3 times the traffic, and I think you said 60,000. So here, your ideal, and your planning here, is telling me that you're assuming 20,000 cars on Speedwell.
No, that's the
20,000 times
DOT
3 is
traffic
60,000.
data, that there's 20,000 vehicles in either direction.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So that's not 60,000 patrons at the other corner?
No. No, we're showing that in a location that has 3 times the traffic, that's 2,000 square feet bigger, requires 30 off-street parking spaces. We're providing 32 in a restaurant that's 2,000 square feet smaller in a location that has far less traffic. So what we're highlighting is that the off-street parking, while requiring a variance from the municipality's zoning code, is adequate to meet the needs of the facility.
Right, and my focus was more on the traffic. Even though your focus is on parking, mine was more on what you said about traffic. So three times the amount is what I heard.
At that location, yes.
Okay, all right. And then the only other question I have is that, Liz, to you. So any of these requested variances that the applicant is asking about, do they set a new precedent for our town?
It almost, as I said, at almost every hearing that, right, that each case rises and falls on its own merits. And so there really is no precedent setting. Every case where they're seeking a variance, they're gonna have to make their case. And the board, whether it be you or the zoning board, can approve or not approve based on the particular characteristics of the site, its location, its context, et cetera.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Mr. Besley?
My question or comment, since the property is so big and you're way within your setbacks, was there any thought about making the parking lot bigger to accommodate the tractor trailer coming in? And for the trucks that's gonna come in for the disposal and to empty the grease trap? Like, it just seems like there could be a lot of trucks coming in there at any given time. And to me, the parking lot just seems too small for all that.
You've heard nights of testimony on how this parking lot works. It's my position that the applicant's relief being requested is not a substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. You've heard two licensed engineers describe how this site works and why it works. So I'm comfortable that these variances being requested do not create a substantial detriment to the zone plan, zoning ordinance, or the public good.
Hi, thank you very much. My question was about the illuminated signs, and I don't know, Liz, maybe this might go to you as well. So on the illumination of the signs, do they, the ones on the side of the building, I'm not talking about the board signage, do they dim after it's closed for the evening, or they remain constantly on?
The applicant would be willing to shut them off.
Okay. And then secondarily, and maybe this is where Liz, with what you're recommending, is that similar in brightness to what's already at Chase and/or Citizens? Is it the same? Is it brighter? Where does it fall on that spectrum?
I don't have the data on the illumination for those signs, but the reason I show those other signs is to show that there are internally illuminated signs on Speedwell Avenue. They certainly haven't created havoc, on the public, and they're aesthetically pleasing. But the applicant certainly would be willing to work with the board professionals on illumination levels that is acceptable.
Okay. And then just confirmation that you did say that the menu boards do dim after hours. They would be turned off, or they dim after hours, or how does that work?
I didn't speak to that effect, but in previous hearings, the applicant will be shutting those boards off.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense to run them when the store's not in operation.
That's it for me.
Okay, go ahead. Right.
With the requirements for granting a variance, you don't meet the requirement for hardship, I believe. Both of the existing sites are actually viable, operable sites. Is that true?
We didn't set forth a C1 argument for this application. We set forth the C2 standard, whereas hardship need not be demonstrated. What must be demonstrated that it relates to a specific piece of property. Here you have an underutilized site where the applicant's before the board with a permitted use. So there's certainly advancements of the purposes of zoning of the municipal land use law as I went through it, purposes A, G, and I. And I certainly feel that there's no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinances with the request of these variances.
But technically, both of those sites actually could be operable. It's just a question about how much can you charge for the friendly site and what can you charge as far as the rent. So really what you're talking about, the motivation on this is that you can possibly make more money by combining the two sites and putting McDonald's. Is that fair assessment?
No, that's not fair whatsoever. You heard nothing about financial considerations in my testimony. I gave the proofs why the variances can be granted in this scenario.
But you didn't answer my question. Technically, both of those sites could stand alone and be operable. Can they not?
Anything's possible.
So technically, you don't meet the hardship.
I didn't ask for a hardship.
Now, with regard to the detriment or benefit to the town, the overwhelming testimony of all of the residents here, and what I understand is 1,200 people on Facebook and have signed a petition and stuff, that it does represent a detriment to the community. Some of your information with regard to the traffic study seems to be biased, and you seem to ignore some of the questions as I've read the testimony over the last 2 meetings. You're not addressing it directly. How much additional property would you need in order to comply with all of our requirements and need no variances?
Before you answer that, the Facebook post is not admissible in this hearing. I just want to make that clear for the record. None of that information, that is all hearsay, and unless those people are here testifying, that means nothing. So go ahead.
I retract that. I only add that I think you were the one that made the comment that Morris Plain seems to think they're too good for McDonald's. I kind of take offense to that.
I never said that. Never said that. You can make this application about me and making an ad hominem attack against me all you want. But if you want to talk about the merits, we can talk about the merits. Your attorney will advise you that Facebook posts are not admissible.
Okay.
So unless you have law to show me, sir, that's the law.
I retract that. I'm not arguing with you. Why are you trying to argue with me?
Because you mischaracterized what I said about this community. I never said that.
Yes, you did.
I never said this community thinks it's too good for anyone. I never said that.
I'm-
You want
one second,
that from
one
me.
second.
I never said that.
I'm gonna call a 3-second pause here. Let's see if we can go back to questioning the witness. I'll give it a shot.
How much additional property would you need to comply with all of our requirements?
We're providing testimony on the application before the board. We've provided the variance justifications for the site that the applicant has been able to assemble.
Would it be fair to say you probably would need the Dunkin' Donuts site in order to comply with all of our requirements?
I'm not going to answer questions on a hypothetical scenario.
Well, again, I don't think you meet the requirements as far as detriment or benefit to the town based on the testimony of the residents. I don't think their questions have been adequately answered. I think there's safety issues with regard to traffic. I think the potential for forcing traffic along Mountain Way and all of the side streets is only enhanced by your proposed application that is technically is undersized. You don't have the adequate property to meet what you're trying to propose.
Is that the question, sir? Where's the question?
The question is, do you agree with what I said?
No, and this is not public comment or deliberations. You're asking questions, not making speeches. That's not what this time is for.
I think I'm allowed to represent the town.
I'm just making the record clear.
Can you say the actual square footage of the dining area for this restaurant? You know?
I'd have to get that.
I know the whole building is 2,000 and change, but the dining area.
Sorry.
That's okay. Well, he's looking, I have a couple of them if you want to.
Okay.
The lighting on the menu signs, which way do they face? Obviously, they face the cars as they're coming in, but will there be any other illumination off to the side or not?
No, they face the cars in the drive-through lane. That's the only method of illumination of the sign.
Can you give us a size comparison, like change size, I think it was answered before, to what you're proposed for the standing sign on Speedwell? And again, for the ones on the facade, just as a comparison.
The letter height on the freestanding sign, the facade is consistent with Chase. I was able to get a tape measure up there. They were consistent. With respect to the freestanding sign, the applicant's not requesting relief for the size of that sign. That's within ordinance limits. It's actually 4 square feet smaller than it could be.
I just as a comparison, just as a comparison, driving up and down the avenue, what the
Yeah,
signs were.
I've had a chance to be on Speedwell Avenue probably about 10 different occasions now. I certainly think that the proposed freestanding sign is in keeping with the established development pattern, and not only that, the size is in keeping with the ordinance.
I know it was brought up about dimming the menu board, but will the signage on the facade also be dimmed during off hours?
The applicant has agreed to turn the signage off.
That's it for right now. And you have the answer to that question?
They're still researching.
Thank you.
The freestanding sign, is that going to be similar to the ones that Friendly has?
The freestanding sign is going to be similar yet smaller than what
But it's
Chase
going to
has.
be, it's going to be raised up, right?
No, it's a monument sign. It's on the ground. It has
It's
a
on the
base.
ground. Okay. And so this leads me to my next question. On that side, you have a full McDonald's there. And I think I would ask that you just put an M there and not the full McDonald's. Put an M there and not the McDonald's, since you have already the freestanding sign. You don't need double.
Well, I hope I don't catch heck for this afterwards, but the applicant would be willing to just provide the
Thank you.
M sign on the side of the building.
Just, yeah.
Is there a way we could lower the light just so that everyone, it's important to see the side of this because this is the brick facade that comes up on the side, like 3/4 up. We just can't really see it. Yeah, that's actually the best view you could get. The brick is on both sides, and you can see it's about 3/4 up the side of the building, and then the wood in the front on the corners. That's what we were talking about, Ms. Mahoney. Thank you, appreciate it.
That would be A12.
So I saw one there. Are you finished, Frank? And it appeared to be,
Chairwoman, I have a question.
okay, it appeared to be like all brick. I'm talking about the one in the front part. It's a dark red brick.
Yes. According to the McDonald's people, that has undergone a couple different renovations, and so it's not really there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chairwoman, I would like to note that I know the McDonald's you're referring to, because I dug deep on some of these.
Yeah.
That's actually stucco.
Oh, it's stucco.
Yeah, the top is stucco, the base is brick. The base of the brick is only probably like this tall. Here you would have like 75% of the facade being brick. This is actually nicer than that one.
Thank you. And when you say brick, it's really brick, it's not the stucco that's made to look like brick. Well, whatever, it's gonna look like brick.
It'll look like brick, yes.
Okay, okay. Did you have a question?
The question I was going to come up with is, see, 4 menu signs, 2 for menu and 2 for orders. Can we make a menu sign singular or have it shared by both lanes?
No, that's not the way it works. There is the pre-order menu, and then there's the menu board for both lanes. The menu boards need to be angled at the lane, so.
For viewability?
Yes. But as I noted, the applicant size for both the menu ordering board and the pre-order board are 10 square feet under what you have in the overlay zone on Route 10.
Liz, do you have any more questions? Okay, Bill, no, okay, so we're going to go to the public, and first of all, we'll go to the attorney for the public, is that it? Okay?
Do you want me to just go to the podium?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. So I just want to go over a couple things and ask you a couple questions here. So you mentioned the master plan of being, if this is in conformance to the master plan, which, are you referring to the 2018 one?
That's correct.
And when you're talking about the retail with the online shopping and things like that, because I have it in front of me, and I've just seen that they're referring to departure of large corporations and regional trends in the office market. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm referring to the master plan's goal to provide commercial land uses which are online shopping resilient, as well as the verbiage in Ordinance 14-2023, which highlights the master plan's committee efforts to develop land uses that are consistent and recommended in the 2018 master plan reexamination, whereas that recommendation therefore amended the B2 district to provide drive-through restaurants along this section of Speedwell Avenue.
Okay. In your opinion, I mean, as we know, and practicing as land use law for 13 years, not as much as you, right? But just because something is allowed in a zoning district doesn't mean, I mean, if it was, you would need all these sort of variants. You wouldn't need all these variances. And the fact, so you could still, just because it's allowed doesn't mean that it's the best place for it. Now, going forward with that, because I heard all the comments of like, what would you do? Could you expand with the parking and things like that, which you didn't want to mention, but I want to go focus on, you know, what you refer to as the criteria for the purposes of the MLUL regarding A and G here. And specifically also the master plan as well, because one of the things that they bring up in the master plan, I'm sure you read it a bunch, and I only know this, look, I came in because my husband was over there.
Is there a question here?
Yes, there is a question. There is a question. How come it, so one of the biggest things that they say here is about pedestrians, and they want to make sure, and I'll refer to you to the page right now, that they're going to have adequate parking spaces for all the different uses, and as well as they kept on meeting pedestrian safety, school safety, walking to schools, and one of the great parts about Morris Plains is that, I mean, I've never seen a place where you would have kids walking home from school. So how are you meeting those guidelines for the master plan? Providing proficient spaces of parking and loading zones in special appropriate areas, and also as far as pedestrian safety. How are you meeting those?
The applicant has set forth numerous nights of testimony regarding the pedestrian safety and the pedestrian safety improvements that will be accomplished on Speedwell Avenue. And, you know, as
I mean, I'm asking you right now, I understand that.
I'm not finished.
Let me bring a little order.
Okay.
One person at a time. If she's asking a question, let her finish. If he's providing testimony, please let him finish. Second pause, because we have a transcript. Thank you.
You know, I would just like to add the applicant is providing pedestrian safety improvements on Speedwell Avenue. Furthermore, I'd like to note that there's numerous case law, including the seminal Dunkin' Donuts versus North Brunswick, where the board certainly does not have the authority to prohibit or limit uses generating traffic. That's an exercise of zoning power vested in the municipal governing body. This municipal governing body has permitted this use on site via an extension of an exhaustive review of the master plan and zoning ordinance, where two separate actions were taken to permit this use on site. So while the public has safety concerns, this applicant's professional certainly has provided testimony to alleviate those concerns, and it's certainly not within the board's purview to deny an application on those concerns.
Okay. The other question I have for you, because I'm going back to the parking spaces as well for the parking length as well here. So you're asking for to permit 32 parking spaces. That's including 2 electrical vehicles, ADA spaces, where 41 is required, as well as 9 by 18 space. So how many employees? I think they said, what, 10 to 15 employees there? So you're getting to, what, about 14 parking spots that are undersized, is that correct?
Testimony was set forth that the quantity and design of the parking area was adequate to meet the functionality of the restaurant. So based on the determination of 2 separate professional engineers who have extensive experience in designing McDonald's, data was set forth that the parking supply as well as the design of the parking is adequate to meet the needs of this restaurant.
Okay. As far as the appropriate one too, in your view, because we're across the street from middle school, right? And not only that you're going to have cars there, but also buses, kids walking, and I'm sure a lot of people drive minivans. In your opinion, does minivans fit into a 9x18 spot?
Yes, they do.
Will there be enough space for someone to go out and say, put in their car seat, things like that?
The applicant's engineers have testified that the 9x18 space is adequate to meet the needs of this restaurant.
In your opinion though, from what you've seen, have you ever done one of these drive-thrus across from the school?
There are numerous McDonald's within the vicinities of schools, yes.
But across the street?
This is a permitted use. We do not have to justify the location of this use. The applicant is not before.
But you have to justify all the other variances, sir.
Let me finish. This is a permitted use. The governing body has deemed the site appropriate for such use. The applicant is not before the zoning board having to demonstrate particular suitability nor the enhanced burden of proof. This is a permitted use. This application is not only reviewed by this board and the board's professionals, but also the DOT. There's numerous layers of review, so yes, this is a safe situation for the surrounding community.
Okay. So when you're referring to that this is safe and they've gone through all these sort of things, and you're saying that, well, it's allowed for this use to be here, right? And that, therefore, it doesn't matter the bulk variance is. So in your opinion, even if, say, if their bulk variances don't matter, why are you asking for them if the site is deemed to be appropriate here? There's plenty of places in the B2, things of that sort.
Well, first of all, there aren't plenty of spaces in the B2. There's 7 lots in the B2 to be exact. I've analyzed that issue. Furthermore, it's certainly within the applicant's right under municipal land use law to request C variances in conjunction with preliminary and final site plan approval. The applicant's professionals have provided the justifications for the granting of those variances, and I'm in agreement that there's no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance with the granting of such variances.
So, but we're talking about that you have to prove right now that there's no substantial detriment, correct?
Yes.
Right? So when you're talking about that, and you're saying that because this area was zoned for this particular use, does then any sort of drive-through, because let's be honest, McDonald's is not the only drive-through company. You could have Starbucks. I mean, it would be a great location for a Shake Shack. I'm just biased because I like their burgers. But, when we're talking about this, and you're talking about substantial detriment, here, what I'm trying to ask you is that how you're still repeating this, and you're referring to the different experts here, but I feel like you still haven't answered the question because you're referring to it. How is this going towards the kids for pedestrian safety? When you're talking about, and even going back to the design standards for this, you're mentioning about the Chase Bank. Can you put that Chase Bank picture up there, please? Put it. Is that a bigger lot than the McDonald's one with a ton of parking?
I'm not going to answer questions that are subjective.
Well, we're all looking at right now. It's obviously a much bigger lot than what you're referring to.
Actually, that lot has less parking than McDonald's is proposing.
I mean, it's a huge lot. And also, banks require less. You're referring to also the loading zone. I mean, from what I understand for banks, they just have armored trucks. Is that correct? They don't really have 18-wheelers.
Objection, relevance to.
I mean, I'm asking about, you guys made the comparison that this is like a bank, and that's why you don't need a loading zone, because everywhere else has no loading zone because there's a bank. The banks don't have it, you don't need it. But the banks don't have 18-wheelers coming.
Actually,
Well, during the same time, you're gonna have buses there for school buses. I'm talking about that. You're showing me this as proof, and that's why this is relevant. But I'm gonna defer to Council Brewer on this for the relevance here, because if you mentioned the Chase Bank, there is a question here.
If there's a question to answer.
firstly, I utilize the Chase Bank to compare the signage, as well as the fact that this ordinance requires a loading zone for every use in the district, as well as the other districts on Speedwell Avenue. The only building with a loading zone is the former Acme site, which it's rational to have on a building of that square footage and a supermarket. You know, loading zones are not existent on Speedwell Avenue for buildings of this size. Additionally, all of the uses do the loading through the drive aisle within the parking lot. So this use is no exception to that scenario.
Okay. So I'm looking again at this Chase lot, and I'm also looking at the sign here right now too. Do you think that these are muted colors? I mean, the blue is kind of big like that, but I see the rest of it white. And you know, you're talking about lumen. I know this sounds silly, but I was looking at great pictures of the Tucson, I think it was in Arizona, where they had blue signage. One of the things that are particular, and if you read the 2018 master plan again, they say particularly muted colors. Are you guys open to obeying by the muted colors?
The applicant's requesting the signage provided with the application with the modifications granted to the board to eliminate numerous facade-mounted signs on the building. You have the very modest yellow arches, which I would say are muted, and you have the red freestanding arches sign on the corner, which is in keeping with the freestanding signages of the bank that are on Speedwell Avenue.
Can I see the picture of the freestanding sign, please?
Sorry, I'm too used
It's
to
okay.
to the touch screen, but that's the freestanding sign.
Okay, so how big is that sign?
The sign is 4 by 4.
4 feet by 4 feet?
Yes.
For on the front, you're saying for the same as the Chase Bank?
No, I'm not saying it's the same as the Chase Bank. I said that it was the same in terms of the method of illumination.
For the illumination, but the colors are much different. I mean, white colors are different than the red and yellow. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And white would be considered muted tones, correct? Which are in alliance with the master plan?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. Would McDonald's be open to changing the sign?
To make it a white sign? Is that
To
what you're
make
asking?
it muted colors and to work with.
No. We're not doing that. It's a McDonald's. McDonald's
So
has a
wait.
universal sign that's red and yellow. Why would we make a white sign?
You're asking for a variance.
Okay, yeah, and we'll stick by it. We want the variance.
So what is the benefit, like what's the benefit for the community for you having a red and yellow sign?
Because everyone recognizes it. That's why you know it's McDonald's.
The benefit to the community is...
That's it, you're not allowed to advance the lead.
He's answering.
The benefit to the community is the visibility of the fact that there's a McDonald's on the site. So that sign promotes visibility, which enhances motorist and pedestrian safety.
I would, it seems like that would merely advance the purposes of the owner to see that.
No, I think there's a strong...
Which you are not allowed to have. You have to prove that you are not merely advancing the applicant. What is the benefit for the residents here? And what is the benefit for the residential? People that have to stare at this red and yellow sign.
As I stated previously, when it comes to a C2 variance, yes, the applicant needs to demonstrate that there are purposes other than its own purposes being advanced. I certainly think that motorist and pedestrian safety with clear recognition of the site does provide a public purpose.
Sure, but there's a white sign for Chase Bank. and they're in muted colors. Why is McDonald's requesting the red and yellow for a variance then? If you could change the colors.
The white and blue is part of the Chase Bank branding color scheme.
Sure, but,
Yes.
okay. But you're aware that there's different McDonald's all over the place that make customs and adjustments to the places that they are in, notably like the one in Long Island, for example, that there can be concessions here?
The applicant has made numerous concessions on the site in terms of signage, including eliminating the McDonald's identification sign on Dayton Avenue that was 32 square feet, now has been reduced to a 14 square foot golden arches, and that sign is permitted by ordinance. The applicant is permitted on that frontage to have 50 square feet of signage. The applicant was actually only proposing 32 square feet of signage. Now the applicant is proposing 14 square foot of signage. The applicant has also eliminated other signs on the building, so the applicant has made numerous concessions to this board and community with the reduction of signage on site.
Sure, but concessions to the community do not equal benefits to community when you create your own hardship. Isn't that correct?
The applicant's not creating its own hardship. The applicant is using a color scheme which is part of its nationally recognized branding program. Additionally, the applicant's removal of by right signage, which is permitted by the zoning ordinance to appease the board, that's certainly going a long way towards serving the community. I'm sure there's concerns about the signage on Dayton Avenue. The applicant has eliminated those signage to a very modest yellow golden arches of 14 square feet.
But we're going over right now the variances that you're requesting for signage. I'm looking at right now for 75.4 square feet, where the maximum is allowed 20 square feet. I'm also looking at the fact that you're asking for to put freestanding signs for aluminum material, red or yellow in color, where they have to be constructed with painted wood, wood-like, or wood period material, and shall be dull and matte and finished colors with contrasting colors for lettering and other message elements. I'm also looking at the other variances that you're asking for signage. So you just told me that you guys are compliant with the signs ordinance, but you're asking for all these variances. So I'm going to ask you again for the internal lighting and different elements for that, because I drove through it and I don't recall seeing Chase abutting so many residential properties here. So I'm going to ask you again with the signage here, for all these different ordinances, which you said that you guys are compliant to, and you're making revisions on the benefit of the community for something that you created yourself. So again, with this, what is the benefit for all these signs?
Has been answered a couple times now.
It has been answered.
Certainly, I would like to add that we listed point by point the variances being requested with this application for signage. At no point did I say we were fully compliant with the signage. I said that we were removing permitted signs at great square footage to accommodate requests.
Okay. The other question is, during your testimony, you mentioned about the menu signs for freestanding, and you said it was allowed in another zone. What was the zoning district for that?
That was the mixed-use commercial use overlay zone.
Overlay zone? Is this in the mixed-use overlay zone?
No, however, this zone did not provide requirements for the menu boards for a permitted use. I utilize that as comparison to show that the applicant's request is in keeping with other zoning districts which permit menu board, and the applicant is actually far less in square footage than what those zones permit.
But again, this is not the mixed-use zone for overlay. So I'm going to go on to the next one, because you're asking again for these menus and as well as the relief from the parking. So now I'm going to ask you more about the parking here. So when you're out, in your opinion, do you see any other setback variances that are required here? Do we need any other variances here? Especially for things of fencing, or why can't the applicant put some more buffering to fencing around for Dayton Ave that's required? What is the reason for that?
The applicant's not requesting a variance for fencing on Dayton Ave.
Not the fencing, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go on here. It says, you wanna permit or limit, the screening for off-street parking along the front yard facing for Dayton Ave. Where this is why, where you're supposed to have either fencing, wall, landscaping, and facing premises and situated in the residential zones, near any residential zones. As you can see, when I was driving right next to it, you can see that the Dunkin' Donuts adjacent to it does comply with that, from my understanding. So you're asking for the variance here, why can't that be met?
I'm not familiar with the variance that the objecting attorney's referring to. The applicant submitted to the board a very extensive and very comprehensive landscaping package that provides screening not only to the residential neighbor, but also along Dayton Avenue.
I'm referring to section 13-14, I'm sorry, -4.14C2F. It says that you're supposed to screen for the situated that are near residential zones. For any front
The
yards.
variance in that context is to provide an actual a fence that's larger than what's required by ordinance to provide additional screening to the neighbor.
Sure, but there's two, since this is a corner lot, there's two front yards, correct? There's the one on Dayton, and there's one on Speedwell.
I'm not aware of any relief being required for landscaping being proposed on Dayton.
But I'm reading the variant, reading it right now, what's required here. So maybe this is a question for the planner, for the municipal planner?
I think that the municipal planners looked at it. If you have, we do have a planner that's going to
Yes,
testify.
I believe that they did mention that
I
too,
think that
the
that would
fencing.
be the more appropriate time.
Sure, that-
Please let me, I'm sorry. If the applicant's witnesses do not believe, and have given their opinion, right or wrong, that it is required in order to the board, if you have testimony from an expert, that's probably the appropriate time for that issue.
Sure, I believe that they put that on their notice as well for that variance, so I'm just confused myself.
You know, I don't feel that this variance is necessary. However, given the extensive landscaping package that the applicant has provided, I certainly think any potential relief could be granted under the C2 criteria for purposes A, G, and I without substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, as with the other variances would be applicable.
For Dayton Ave,
Yes, there's a very extensive landscaping package on Dayton Avenue.
can I see it, please? Can I see where you're gonna put the landscaping, please? That's the landscaping for the details for the Dayton Ave and then also the front, correct?
That is correct.
That's all we wanted to see with that. And so are you still asking for the variance for that because it's put on here with it? Is that also going to be enough screening for the people across the street on Dayton Ave that have residential homes?
Yes, I feel that there's a comprehensive screening package.
Okay. That it wouldn't, a lot of times, I'm sure you're aware too, is that the buffers especially are always, for being adjacent to residential areas, especially with a giant M on there and a red and yellow sign, would be distracting for any sort of residential. So I'm very pleased that you're going to shut the sign off at an appropriate time. But can you just remind me what are the hours for McDonald's and when, so we can know when that sign's going to be shut off, please?
The hours are 6 to 11.
Hours 6 to 11. So, and then when does it start up again? When does it open? So 6 a.m. to 11, and then it starts again at 6?
Yes.
When does the sign will get turned on? Only at 6? to 11 and that's it?
Yes.
Okay. And for the internal lighting of it, because it produces such a glare, for that, do you find that that buffer and that landscaping is going to be sufficient enough to block that light from the residential properties?
He asked the answer. He said it was, he said he believed it was a sufficient package. So
It was sufficient?
that's his answer.
Okay, because the one other thing I'm saying, that is one of the intentions, and the reason why they limit the internal signage is because of these glare issues. It's because of that light that's going into the residential property, as opposed to gooseneck lighting that people do. Would you be open to doing gooseneck lighting instead of having internally lit signs?
No, the applicant's requesting the internal illumination. Gooseneck lighting actually provides the glare that you're referring to, and internal illumination does not.
Yeah, so when the I'm sure you understand, when the gooseneck lighting is there, it goes directly to it. That's why they allow it in historic districts and not internalized lighting. So, in my opinion, that's incorrect for you, but for that. So, in your opinion, you're saying that gooseneck lighting and something that is not internally lit, that's off the table.
Yes.
So what is the benefit, again, for having that internally lit sign? Because one of the issues, I'm sure you're aware, again, of these cases, is that while it does provide, showing where that sign is for pedestrians and for people for traffic, it also has to alleviate the hazards of the traffic hazards for seeing those signs all across.
Mr. Brewer, how many times am I going to ask you the same question?
The internally lit sign, these are different, sir.
I answered the question about the internally lit sign. I gave you the answer. It's a safer situation for site identification for motorists, and it reduces the glare that you often find with externally illuminated lights.
So your position is, again, you're saying that this is a substantial benefit, that there's not going to be any detriments regarding the sign, and there would not be a difference in this if you were to just have the sign be compliant. Is that correct?
He has asked an answer to that.
Okay, I just want to get that straight here. And I also want to ask as well, regarding, for the variances, because we're going to have Mr. Speckman saying, I just want to confirm here, there's no other variances that you identified. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I would like the public to have a chance to also ask questions as well as I convene with our own expert, so that there's enough time. So right now I'm going to conclude for my questioning, so that way we have enough time for Peter Steck to be able to present. I think
You're
we're
an
going
optimistic person.
What?
You're a pretty optimistic person.
We're trying to get everything in. One of the questions, the reason why I'm asking about the variances, because we identified a bunch of different variances that are not in there. So but he's going to elaborate that. I'm not the planner. So at this note, I just want to make sure that everybody else has enough time, so I'm going to, we'll get to that in a minute. Michelle, please take a break. You're okay. Pardon me? Yes, 9 o'clock we'll take a break, but Andy, do you want to mention what we talked about before as far as,
yeah, people that and I think there's only a few that Ms. Kumor represents, they can't ask questions. I think we made that clear. Other members of the public who are not represented by her are free to ask questions on the planning testimony that was given.
I hate to throw a little complication into the mix, but that's my job. I believe there was a significant fundraising campaign that occurred here through GoFundMe, maybe some other ways. So it's our position that anyone who gave money to fund this attorney's work also should not be allowed to testify because they are funding this attorney's case. That's my position. And so I would appreciate if anyone who has contributed, when they get up to the microphone, that they should identify themselves as a contributor, and we will object to them providing testimony.
That's fine. I only know the people that hired me with this. I just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity that are not represented by me, and I have no idea who did this GoFundMe. To be honest with you, I had no idea that that's how they're paying me. I was just retained today.
Okay.
We'll ask that question, I think, then of each witness that gets up. But speaking of that, Mr. Brewer explained before, he has looked up the regulations, and we are allowed to limit the amount of time that each witness is going to ask a question. So it's going to be 5 minutes, and we are going to give you a 30-minute warning.
30 seconds.
I mean, 30-second warning. Yeah, that, yes, absolutely.
Can I add something to that? I think that the idea of that is to make sure all the questions that are reasonably necessary come out. If 5 people come up, and that's it, it's probably going to be people can re-ask questions. If 18 people come up and each take 5 minutes, you're going to get to the end of the night. Or 26 people come up and ask 5 minutes, you're going to get to the end of the night. And that's what it is. It's just making sure that everybody gets a chance and this doesn't go into 6 more meetings. That's as long as all the issues do come up. That's please, there's one person up at a time. You really can't ask about the procedure.
What regulation is that? Can we ask a question if we donated, or we're not asking this?
We're going to ask if you've donated and if you have.
We can't ask a question. If you've donated, you cannot.
Correct. That's Mr. Vitolo's position. Go ahead, Michelle. Get comfortable. Okay, state your name and address, please, for the record, and that you have not contributed to any fund that is...
Dan Conway, 3 Goodwood Road. Respectfully, I don't think it's fair whether I have hired...
I'm not asking you whether it's fair or not. These are the parameters that we've set here.
What if it was anonymous? How are you ever going to know?
Well, then we're not, but we're asking for you to give us...
I have not.
Okay,
I have not. And I respectfully disagree that 5 minutes is enough time.
that's
I
fine.
put that on the record. I think that's unfair.
Okay, that's fine.
You referenced the master plan and the detriment to the community. Do drive-throughs enhance or deter from walkability in town?
This drive-through has no impact on the walkability of town.
How can you say that?
It doesn't create any pedestrian problems off-site.
Does it increase walking traffic to the restaurant?
It could potentially, yes.
Does it encourage people to drive through instead of walking?
It provides for drive-through facilities.
Are you aware of any studies that exist about how drive-throughs negatively impact the walkability of the downtown?
This is a permitted use, sir. The applicant is before the board with a permitted use that allows for drive-through facilities.
If you would, are you aware of any studies that exist?
I'm sure there's studies on the subject. They're not relevant in this case, though. This is a permitted use. As I stated previously, the applicant's not justifying the use variance before the zoning board. The zoning ordinance and master plan has deemed this site appropriate for this use.
In the master plan, and this is a question hopefully you can educate me, when it comes to this particular variance about a drive-through and a drive-up, is there any distinguishment between the two?
There's no variance for the drive-through.
In the master plan, it specifically states retail pharmacy drive-throughs and drive-up restaurants. Is there a difference?
I just want to find the exact terminology because I know what you're referring to.
I would like my time back as we take time to answer. Please. I think it's page 17, 16, 17. It's under item 13. Page 18 of the master plan, posted on the website.
Now, I'm looking at the The ordinance refers to drive-through.
So I can read it from here, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Just a question. Ordinance number 8-2014, it's now changed prohibited uses to permit retail pharmacy uses with drive-through facilities and drive-up restaurants. They are two distinct terms next to each other.
You're referencing the wrong ordinance. The ordinance governing this use is ordinance 14-2023.
This is what's posted on our websites for the town.
Sir, you have the wrong ordinance.
Fine, I'm telling you that this is what's posted and
telling
printed
you-
out.
I'm telling you.
I appreciate that.
Stop, there's no
I
question
appreciate
pending,
that.
there's no question pending.
Do drive-throughs at or do idling vehicles create positive impact to the environment in a town? Or are they negative?
It's not a relevant question.
It's a drive-through where 70% of their vehicles are sitting in line for up to 5 minutes each. On average, about 800 to 1,000 vehicles per day. Is that a positive environmental impact or negative?
It's not the applicant's duty to justify a permitted use.
You're asking for variances, whether they apply to our town and whether it creates a positive impact.
The variance has nothing to do with the presence of a drive-through.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The variances have nothing to do with the actual presence of a drive-through, with your reference to idling vehicles.
The variances you are requesting related to the master plan require you to prove that they are a positive impact to the town, correct?
No, the applicant is required to show that there's no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, which you've heard nights of testimony that there is not.
You mentioned earlier there's no other than at the Acme site, that there's no other location that has a loading. I believe General Plumbing Supply does, which is probably the most active of all the properties on Speedwell. Is that correct? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but I went through many, the majority of all the uses on Speedwell Avenue. I did not personally see a loading zone.
About 30 seconds left.
Do any of the other sites on Speedwell Avenue that you referenced generate roughly 1,000 transactions a day?
No,
that you're aware of? I'm sorry.
I'm not aware of the traffic data of the various uses, but the code requires loading zones for any use. And this area has demonstrated that commercial businesses can exist without substantial detriment to the public good without loading zones.
Is McDonald's an experiential location? Do they provide an experience when going to McDonald's?
Yes.
That's fine.
What is the experience? I'd like to finish the question. The master plan requests
Okay,
that...
you asked, what was the experience? That's the question.
Yeah.
We're at 5 minutes now.
The master plan committee indicated that this use was a use that creates an experience, and as how many kids have a birthday party at McDonald's? There's an experience to be had at McDonald's.
Thank you for your time.
I just want to stress, again to the public, if there's, the idea is to have a reasonable way to get all of the issues and for all of the public to get it out, not to arbitrarily limit it. So, if there's legitimate time and sufficient time, there'll be time for questions. But if this goes on for 3 hours and all of the issues get addressed, that's what this is about. It's not trying to limit all the questions coming out. It's giving everybody a chance to speak.
Your name and address, please.
Jamie Potkalesky, 31 Grove Avenue.
And you have not contributed to the fund for
I
the...
have not contributed to the hiring.
Okay, thank you.
Potkalesky. Were any other sites within Morris Plains considered for the McDonald's? Is that something we've heard the last couple of months?
The applicant's duty to provide testimony for variances does not require proof that there are other suitable sites for this proposed use.
Are there other zones in town that would require less variances than what you're asking for?
The applicant's application is for this site.
Jill Cecere, 11 Dayton Road. And my husband may have contributed to the GoFundMe, but it was for signs. It was not for a specific lawyer use. So I'm not sure why anybody that donated to a general fund is now not allowed to speak and ask questions.
If it was your husband and not you, please ask questions.
My name might be listed, I don't know how it is,
You got 5
but,
minutes.
okay. So you said you have read the master plan numerous times?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read the community's vision statement?
Yes.
Could you reference any of it?
I don't recall it off the top.
Okay, I can read it for you. The community vision statement, it was an outreach process, communicated a vision statement for the borough, which is as follows. Mars Plains is a safe, healthy, and vibrant small town and welcomes a diverse cross-section of residents, visitors, and businesses with a focus on accessibility, sustainability, affordability, cultural enhancement, and educational excellence. The borough seeks innovative and sustainable solutions to mitigate the impacts of future development on its roadways and infrastructure. And most importantly, maintain the small town character of Mars Plains, which has made it a desirable place to live. Do you think the world's largest fast food corporation double drive-through fits to that plan to maintain a small town character of a town?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That was a question.
I do believe that, but I don't have to believe that because the municipality believes that. It's in the zoning ordinance and the master plan that this is an appropriate use, so it's certainly in keeping with the established land use goals set forth by the municipality. I certainly think that this is a use that contributes to the fabric of Speedwell Avenue.
And the small town character.
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, the substantial detriment. What is your belief of what substantial detriment to the public good is?
My belief stems from the previous testimony of the professionals related to the parking and loading variances, as well as the rational justifications for the signage variances. I do not think any of them cross the threshold for substantial detriment to the zone plan, zoning ordinance, or the public good.
What about the affected nearby properties and character of the neighborhood?
This is a permitted use.
So having a double drive-through directly next to a residential neighborhood with just a fence and a couple bushes.
There's more than just a couple of bushes.
Well, we can jump to that. That was like question number 15, but I believe it was the last meeting, they said there was usually only a 2-year bond on that, so if all the plants die in 2 years, the neighborhood and the bordering neighbors have nothing else to stand on, not a leg to stand on?
Yes, there is municipal oversight for a certain period of time over the landscaping package. However, this applicant will be committed to ensuring that the landscaping on site survives in a proper manner.
For 2 years, that's what was testified at the last meeting.
The applicant wants an aesthetically pleasing site as much as the community does, and the landscaping will certainly be maintained.
Well, you should talk to the neighbors.
Respectfully, I met you in the hallway after the first meeting, and I said to you, I am willing to sit down with you because you are the most impacted person in this entire room, by far. You are the rear property owner. And I said, we are more than willing to help with the screening, and you guys would not meet with me. I just want that on the record. We tried. I'm still willing to sit down. If you want to sit down, we're happy to look at ways to screen.
I'm not going to talk to you about trees and bushes and an extra foot or two of fence.
Okay, because I thought you were talking about.
If I can.
I'm sorry, that's my fault. Yeah, no, for sure. You got the extra minute.
Okay, number 3, and Ms. Lahaney's, is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry. Number 5, she wrote in her letter, the applicant should provide testimony regarding potential impacts. Given the proposed uses, immediate proximity to a single-family residential use on Dayton Road, the applicant should demonstrate that the proposed development can meet the performance standards, including smoke, air pollution, odors, noises, and glare. Yes, it was testified for the building and some of the lighting,
About 30 seconds.
but where is the testimony for the pollution, the emissions, radios, headlights glare, the noises from your 70 to 75% of your clients, 700 to 800 cars, which was put on testimony, saying that would be coming through daily. Where is the standards for that the neighbors we have to deal with?
That's 5 minutes, so that's what I question.
The applicant put forth on record that they will conform to all applicable noise, emissions, and other standards on the site.
There was no, it was not.
There was a
record
statement
for that.
made to that effect yesterday.
There was nothing about emissions. Okay, well, I've got many more questions, so. Cut off, I'll bring it up at the end.
Joseph Amorosa, Amorosa, 20 Dayton Road.
And you have not contributed to any fund?
I have not contributed to any fund.
Thank
You refer to no substantial impairment to public health, safety, and general welfare. Does that apply only to the variances you're applying for, or the overall site plan and operation?
That's in relation to the variances being requested by the applicant. This is a permitted use by the zoning code.
Thank you.
Nancy Mirabelle, 349 Lane. Mirabelle, M-I-R-A-B-E-L-L-E. 349 Lane.
And you have not contributed any fund
No.
to this application? Okay.
Several times you mentioned that the applicant would be willing to work with the planner or somebody you mentioned on the board. Is that a guarantee?
Yes, the applicant has committed to turn the signs off when not in operation. The applicant has agreed to the board's planner's request for additional landscaping in that corner of the site. And the applicant will certainly be willing to work with the board on a facade that is brick dominant, similar to the photograph that we shared with the board.
I'm going to pause
Okay,
for 5
so-
minutes and just give you a brief explanation so you understand what that means. Typically, when there are things that will need to be changed a little bit, it's not uncommon for an applicant to agree to work with the board's planner or landscape consultant traffic to make final changes that would be acceptable to that individual. So if, I don't vote, I don't know what's going to happen. If there was an approval, one of the conditions would be every time they said they would work with a person, that there would be a condition that would say you can't build anything until you work with and get the written report and satisfaction of the planner on landscaping if they could, or something. So that's how that gets implemented, so you understand what that means.
Okay, so it is basically a guarantee that they will.
It is a statement that they will satisfy, because to some extent the board doesn't do the nitty-gritty of what the final things are going to be, the color of the leaf, whether it's going to be shaped like a triangle and a branch. Some of those things get delegated to their professionals. That's the type of thing. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I just want to, so you understand what that means.
Carolyn Bennett, 19 Dayton.
And you
Yeah,
have
I
not
have not
contributed?
donated. No, mom of twins and a 4-year-old, I don't have money to spare for that. I have a few quick questions. I think this is about the landscaping that we've talked about. That's what's up on the screen now.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you, I can't read that.
Oh, yes, that's the landscaping plan.
Does that include who is there somebody already hired to do the landscaping, or this is just in theory what would be eventually hired to execute on this lot?
No, this is simply the design of applicant's engineer.
Is it a guarantee that all of this will be done once a company is secured to do the landscaping, or is there room for changes based on whoever's hired?
So the applicant, when installing this landscaping, it's going to get inspected by the municipality's engineer that will verify that it was planted according to plan.
Okay.
So there is oversight of that.
Okay. And then I think you mentioned the exact frontage on Dayton Road is 245 feet. Can you just clarify where the stop sign is along that frontage? Because currently there one does not exist, contradictory to what the traffic expert said last meeting. I walk that street every day, so can you just clarify where that stop sign is going to be?
It's not really a planning relevant question, but we can get you.
I'm speaking for the 245 feet that you testified about, the frontage on Dayton. I want to know, will there be a stop sign in that length of the property?
We could call back up our witness, Craig. Craig, do you want
Will this take into my 5 minutes?
No,
His answer?
I gave him a call, I said.
Okay, thank you.
to? You want the answer though, right?
Yeah, no, I do. I think the stop sign's important.
Can you just clarify what stop sign, is it at the end of Dayton, or is it?
The exit onto Dayton.
Or is it on the McDonald's property to stop cars to go on to Dayton?
Yeah, right now there's no stop sign on the Friendly's lot facing Dayton. So I want to know, because he told me there's going to be a stop sign there. I just want to know where throughout that 245 feet.
It'll be at the exit driveway onto Dayton.
And is there room for that not to happen based on wherever this application progress, or is that definite going to happen? There will be a stop sign before this lot is
There
active?
will be a stop sign at that location.
Okay. When you talk
I'm
about...
just sorry, I thought you were referring to an alternate location.
No, I'm specifically referring to the stop sign that's gonna save a semi-truck from running over anybody walking up and down the sidewalk.
That one stop sign.
Okay, because there is not one there, and it was said last meeting that there is one, so I just wanna make that super clear. One needs to get installed no matter what happens with this lot. When you talk about the public good, I don't know exactly what you quoted. I think you said it outweighs the detriment. Can you just define what does public good mean and who is the public?
That terminology comes from the municipal land use law. Public good refers to the overall community.
Including citizens on that street?
Yes.
Does it include people working in McDonald's not in the town?
Includes everybody.
So how does one draw the line between what public that's good for?
I think you're digging a little bit deeper in this than you need to. This applicant has set forth planning justifications such as the elimination of a vacant and underutilized building, to providing additional landscaping, to providing pedestrian walkway improvements. Those are all activities that go towards, the public good.
Okay, no, I think so I'm digging into it because it's really close to home. You don't live 3 houses down from this lot, and it's important to me to understand what public good means if that's what we're basing this whole application on, that the public good outweighs the detriment that's going to be caused. So I don't think I'm digging too far into it. I think it's appropriate for everyone to know that. The variance for the parking lot that you guys are asking for, I believe you were calling it a waiver. I think in the engineer's first testimony, he mentioned that because your setback is so far back, you have room for overhang on each of the parking spots. Is that true? Am I verbalizing this correctly?
Which variance are you referring to?
Specifically the one about the size of the parking spots. The testimony from the first meeting, I believe, said that there's enough room that larger cars can overhang into the grass if they don't fit in the parking spot. I want to make sure I'm understanding that.
I don't recall that specific testimony, but yes, there could be overhang, yes.
Okay, I guess, is there a way that the applicant can prevent that overhang from happening on the parking spots that are adjacent to, sorry, you won't be able to hear me if you're speaking.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get...
Can this be paused too then?
We're just trying to get you answers.
I know,
There
this time limit is making me so nervous.
And there's wheel stops.
Pardon?
There's wheel stops.
Okay.
We're in about 30 seconds.
I wanted to, my question would be, would we triple make sure that there's not going to be overhang on the grass that then leads to a sidewalk on Dayton? If big pickup trucks need to park and have overhang, I'd rather that happen on this side of the lot where there isn't a sidewalk directly next to the parking spot, so I was seeing if that's something that.
There's no impact from the parking onto the sidewalk. There wouldn't be overhang that much.
Okay.
We're at 5 minutes. If I can, just for the public, the planning boards and boards of adjustment are given power by the state of New Jersey to bend the rules, give variances. And they say they give you a magic formula that you have to find. One of the things is benefit to the public good, no detriment to the public good, those things. They don't define them. So that is why the people that can testify to that generally, they're facts, what's going to happen, and people can express their opinions. But the experts have training, they've gone to school, they've got a degree in planning. And that's what the standard, they're stuck with it. That the New Jersey legislature said, you have to find something that has to do with the public good, the benefit, and the legislature didn't define it. So it is based on the training. That's the best I can give you. Everybody's stuck with that language. That's the only way this board could ever exercise granting a variance is applying that language. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I want to explain why that phrase.
No, that's helpful. Is that same governing body why we can be limited of time on the mic here?
Excuse me?
Is that same governing body that gives that explanation the same one that limits the time at the mic?
Yep, they said reasonable limitations and things could be cut off for repetitive or irrelevant or anything else. So it's just trying to let everybody get in. Yes, the same legislature wrote that provision that said that the presiding officer, who's the chair, can impose reasonable limitations. They didn't define reasonable. The court cases did, which is why I gave the examples of 3, 5, 10, and probably every amount of minutes other than that, at some point in time, have been a limitation done reasonable. So it's balancing. The applicant has the right to move forward. The board has a time limit. The public wants to get its things in. So there's a reason. That's the best I can tell you.
No, that's helpful. I didn't get my law degree, so the context is helpful.
I'm trying.
Thanks.
Erin Williams, for you, Juniper Drive.
Juniper, Juniper. And no, I did not donate to the.
So you testified that the lighting needs to be internally lit for identification purposes, for driver safety, correct?
I'm saying that it assists identification.
That it what?
It provides better identification for motorists and pedestrians, yes.
Well, the traffic expert 2 meetings ago testified that they expect that the vast majority of the traffic is going to be local traffic. So do we really need to have internally lit signs when it's going to be apparently all of us who are using that? Does it need to be that, or can we actually consider using the gooseneck lighting or something that is a little bit more in keeping with the sign, with the design of the downtown as we've seen it at GPS Plumbing and things like that?
I provided examples of the Chase and Citizens Bank, but I would also like to note that Chiori, Delicious, Morris Wine and Liquor, Morris Plains Pharmacy, Collins Pub, Scoop Station, Time for a Bagel, Carmel Haifa, Chase, and Citizens, they all have internally illuminating signs, and I don't certainly think it hasn't been a detriment to the community or the downtown nature of Speedwell Avenue.
Well, I think that's something that we have tried, the town has been trying to address though with business owners as they have been renovating as well, to try to change the look of some of the buildings, because that's come up previously. So we're just asking if it's possible that you consider some different design ideas. So this way it's something we can, if we're gonna be looking at it, to look at it and say, it's nice, it blends in.
The applicant has drastically reduced the amount of signage on the building. For the modest amount of signage that is left, the applicant is requesting a variance for the lighting.
So
we're gonna look at the goosenecks for you, and if it's feasible, we can probably work those in. Okay.
Sydney Demezzo, 123 Mountain Way, and not that it's anybody's business, but no, I didn't donate to the fund. I will do so later. Demezzo, and if there is a rule about that on some regulation in the state, I'd like to know what it is.
I'll pause and give you, the courts have said that. They essentially, as part of that, interpreting that reasonable word, courts have said that if you are represented by counsel, then you don't also get a chance to question. And so what does that mean? That's the implementation. It's not something that's made up here. It's to bring order to it.
Okay. talked about public good, which is nice. Do you run, sir? Do you run outside? Do you walk outside? Do you use sidewalks in your own town?
No, I don't understand how this is irrelevant.
I'll tell you how it's relevant. Do you know how many pedestrians are hit by cars driving into and out of drive-thrus?
No, I don't have that number.
That's okay, I do. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 20% of pedestrian accidents occur in non-roadway locations, which include drive-thrus. So if we're going to talk about public good, and as somebody who does run and walk outside and is aware of the drive-through locations, because people do in fact speed in and out, and most of the locations along Speedwell are used more by residents in this town than I've heard argued that the McDonald's will be used for. People are generally aware that people are walking on the sidewalks. If somebody's coming into town strictly for the McDonald's, which we imagine that they will, right? They might not know that this is really a walking town and that kids, people with their dogs, people with strollers are walking around, and they may not pay attention. So, in the drive-through lane, will there be signs to look for pedestrians, to look both ways? Will there be mirrors? Are there blind spots?
The testimony on the function of the drive-through lanes is done in other hearings.
So that's a no.
No, I'm telling you that testimony on the functionality of the drive-through lanes and conflicts or non-conflicts with pedestrians was done by the traffic engineer and the engineer. It wasn't part of my testimony.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take it as a no. I appreciate your time.
Joe Bellomo, 121 Mountain Way. B as in boy, E-L-L-O-M-O.
Mr. Bellomo, you were identified as one of the 5 people who retained Miss Kumor.
No.
Oh, it's the dad. It's the dad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good, you got me. You got me. The Italians always get me. All right. I know.
Not that it's any of your business whether I do or not, to be honest with you.
Well, it is actually.
My question is this, it's about the genesis of this whole thing. There was a decision made that changed the zoning ordinance for this particular area of Speedwell Avenue. Am I right on that? So that it enabled the drive-throughs?
Yes.
Okay. When was that passed? Was it passed when there was just 2 separate lots there? The Friendly's lot and then the next lot? If they were separate lots, my question is, how all of a sudden did these 2 lots come together and then the planning board can, now that the McDonald's can fit in there? Before it couldn't fit with just the Friendly's lot. You need that extra lot in order to get the drive-through. So my question is, when did it occur? And if it occurred before the 2 lots were merged, then really you guys shouldn't be applying for this application.
If this is a question, this is a conspiracy theory that's been going around town that I've heard of. And if you would like to bring up the circumstances of how that amendment took place, you should take it up with the town council. Where's the planning board?
My question is this, and I'll go right back to what Ron had said earlier. If it was just the Friendly's lot, which everybody thought would be a great thing, all right, we'll get Friendly's in there. Friendly's, it's a mess. We got to get something cleared up. We're going to put a little restaurant in there, maybe a hamburger, something, whatever. That would be great. And then the traffic wouldn't be so bad. We wouldn't need to drive through. We could have Friendly's like we did before, but that didn't happen. What we did is we expanded the lot. So my question is, was this particular ordinance for that 1 lot, or was it for both lots?
No, this particular ordinance was for the parcels fronting Speedwell Avenue from Dayton all the way to Hanover Avenue.
Yes, it did for all of them, but as single lots. Or am I mistaken there? If I'm mistaken, that's fine.
It's zoning for the entire area.
You're right, but the zoning applies to the single lot, not unless the lots have been combined. That's the only way that this thing works.
People using multiple lots for development applications applications, it's common use throughout the state.
Right, but when the ordinance was passed, it was passed with the knowledge that we've got Friendlies, then we've got the lot next door, and then we've got Dunkin' Donuts. So the people that were making that decision, they were making that decision based on what they knew at the time. So that ordinance, okay, applied to the Friendly lot. And it said, okay, you can put whatever you want in there in Friendlies, that makes sense, but you can't put two in.
I respectfully disagree with you.
Well, we're welcome to, and you know, I could be wrong, but I think that was something that really probably the board should consider. Thank you.
Macalear, 2 Maple Ave. I have not contributed to anything. I would like to register for the record that I think there's a difference between contributing to something and being represented by an attorney, and I think that it's incumbent on the board to make that distinction to all the residents so they know that they can speak. If you're not represented by an attorney, legally you should be able to speak. Most of my question actually was what Mr. Bellomo said, so I really appreciate that. Just to extend on that, you keep saying that this is an approved use, so it's an approved use for one lot. Would a double drive-through fit on the single Friendlies lot alone? Would that be something that would be viable on that lot?
That's not the applicant's application. The applicant's
Would it be?
application.
No, please let him answer.
Would it be?
The applicant's application is for 2 lots. I'm not going to comment on a hypothetical development scenario that doesn't exist.
I'll understand that as no. So, would this be? Would a 10 drive-through be an acceptable use on this lot? If you could put 10 drive-through lanes, would that be an acceptable use?
My testimony relates to the 2 drive-through lanes being proposed by the applicant. Nothing more. Nothing
You came in front of the board and you said that you have certain credentials. I'm asking you, would that be an acceptable use? You say this is an acceptable use. I'm asking you, what is the limit? 1, 2, 3, 10, 100? What are the drive-through lanes that are acceptable?
My role is to provide testimony for the plan before the board, which I've done. I'm using my credentials to answer your question.
It doesn't seem to me like you're answering my question because you're just keep repeating the same thing. For the record, what I'm trying to ask is, there's currently 2 lots, as Mr. Colombo said, correct? Are these lots joined right now, or are they still separated in terms of their parcel?
This application includes a request to merge the parcels.
Is there a variance required for that, or is there any other, anything? I know that in residential lots, oftentimes these are merged sort of if the lots are irregularly shaped. In business lots, what is the process? Could you describe the process for that?
There's no variances required for the merging of these.
Is there a
lots.
process that needs to undergo after this board in order to merge those lots?
Yes.
Could you describe what that process is for us?
Yes, the revised lot needs to be filed with the county.
Okay, so in order for this application to be successful, that would need to be approved by the county or by the borough. Is there any mechanism in the borough to approve that, or it's only on the county
The
level?
borough approves it, then it gets filed with the county.
What governing body is it on the borough level that approves that?
This board.
And is that part of this application, or it's a separate application?
It's part of this application.
Okay, so it's fair to say that if that is not approved by this board, then the current lot configuration would not be feasible because there have to be setbacks between whatever the buildings were. There have to be 2 buildings or something like this. Is that fair to say?
I see no rational reason why that shouldn't be approved by this board.
That's not what I asked, though. I asked, is it true that if the merger did not happen, that the current configuration would not be viable?
Sorry, I gave you an answer. If you want to make a statement, you could do that.
You said you didn't see a reason for it to happen. I asked, if that merger were not approved, would the current configuration be viable? That's what I asked.
I answered the question.
I don't believe you did. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take this, Michelle, we're gonna take this one more, and then we'll take.
You can take a break now if you want, because I gotta go too, but I don't want to be the last guy and not have a shot.
We can wait 5 more.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do it. I'll hold it in the meantime. Robert Bianchi, B-I-A-N-C-H-I, 11 Layer Drive. I don't believe it's necessary. A retainer agreement needs to be signed in order to be represented by an attorney. I signed no agreement. And sorry for my crew over here, I also did not contribute anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. I just think that if there are people here that want to put something on the record, and they've been denied that because they've contributed, they should at least state that, so at least it's clear for the record. Mr. Graviano, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. I'm just curious, if there's no loading zone, and some people suggest that this
parking lot's gonna be very tight. If I understand from the traffic engineer, there's not gonna be any idling of trucks that are gonna be at this facility when they're loading and unloading things. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you're a planner, so you've done this a lot for McDonald's, I assume?
I've represented McDonald's in the past.
About how many times?
One off the top of my head.
Okay. So you would agree, when we're talking about whether or not something is detrimental to the public well-being and the public welfare, that having trucks at a tight site need to be able to move without any safety concerns. Would that be fair to say?
No.
It wouldn't be? Okay.
I do not characterize this as a tight site.
Okay, would you agree with me that the trucks need to be able to move in a way that's safe for pedestrians and cars, regardless of whether it's tight or not?
Yes.
What is the enforcement mechanism, for example, if a truck is loading or unloading in an unauthorized spot? In other words, blocking parking spots, or let's say they go in and they're idling. Would that be a hazard to the community?
Well, the store manager, as stated in previous testimony, will be guiding the truck deliveries on site, the very modest 2 deliveries at 45 minutes a week.
Right, so you do recognize, and I think you're looking over towards somebody over there, that it is important that these rules are enforced, because if they're not enforced, it represents a detriment to the community. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So we have to rely upon the store management to enforce the rules in order for this community not to be affected by this facility. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay, what happens if the store
Let him answer.
I thought he said no.
No, he was speaking.
Oh, go ahead.
So let him finish.
Of course.
Good.
Finish.
So the
Relax.
residents also have the ability to call any applicable code enforcement officers, the police.
Which
It's not solely.
Let him finish.
I thought he was done.
Well,
go ahead.
He wasn't.
It's not solely the responsibility of the applicant. There is police power within the municipality to regulate these activities.
Okay, what ordinance allows a public police department to come, say for example, if a truck is idling, and enforce what regulation specifically would they be violating? The truck, if it was idling.
There's state regulations.
Which regulation? There is no regulation.
Yes, there are.
Can you cite it?
I can't cite it off the top of my head, but there are regulations pertaining to that activity. Yes.
Okay, so that would then be the responsibility of the Morris Plains Police Department, which got enough to do, to go and have some sort of code enforcement, assuming that there is an enforceable code provision. Is that right?
Sir, this is a regular activity at 13,000 McDonald's nationwide, as well as Wendy's, Burger King. Every McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King in Morris County loads in the parking lot in this manner.
Is it just, you keep saying Morris County, in other counties, do they have loading areas in other McDonald's in other counties? In Hudson County, say?
No, this community seems to like local comparisons, so that's why I looked at Morris County.
Is that also applicable to the other, say for example, the traffic engineer had referred to Bayonne, the Bayonne facility being very much like this configuration where we're at Morris Plains. Does the non-loading zone thing also occur in Hudson County as well as Morris County?
All over the state.
Okay, so it's a statewide thing. It's how McDonald's operates.
It's how McDonald's operates, it's how Wendy's operates, it's how Chick-fil-A operates. Loading within the parking lot is the industry norm.
Okay. So would you agree or not, based on the testimony, either by your first-hand knowledge or testimony you listened to, that the Bayonne facility is going to be very much like the Morris Plains facility?
Sir, we don't need to go down this route.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, because your expert testified to it.
Stop berating the witness.
Your expert testified to it.
I'm stating that it's the industry norm to load in the parking lot.
Okay, so you would agree with me, would you not, that what is going on in Bayonne would be very similar to what would be going on in Morris Plains? That's what the expert testified for McDonald's. You agree with that, or don't you?
In terms of loading, yes.
Okay, thank you. I love that.
So we're going to take a,
Let's get to that witness now. We're done with that.
we're done, yes. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at about 20 of.
I don't know.
Don't look those questions.
What? There's no, yeah, there's no, that's the witness. That was
about a clear and
Stop. And you know what? We don't really like the M. Can you flip it over, make it a W?
maybe a rainbow. Golden rainbow.
appreciate all of the involvement and everything else. I have been asked once or twice if it makes it difficult for other members of the public who are listening if there is comments and cross-talking when the witness is going back and forth. You know, you have, there's a lot of motion and there's a lot of opinion on this, but it makes it easier for everybody else if you don't talk when the witness is being questioned and answered. Appreciate it. And we thought it was the end, but there's a few more people with questions, so there's going to be some more questions.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
I have one. Hi, Dan Goyeneche, Goyeneche at 6 Diana Road.
I'm sorry,
6 Diana Road, thank you. Just a question, I didn't see the signage earlier, so I'm sorry if it was there. Will there be anything in there specifically to discourage loitering from customers, especially like after the 9 p.m. hour?
You're asking for a no loitering sign?
Restaurant?
Is that what you're
That's not what I'm asking for.
Because we can put up a no loitering sign.
Well, no, we were talking about sort of enforcement and public good and relying on police for code enforcement. So if there are people hanging out there creating a disturbance next to a residence at 9 o'clock, when the town shuts down, what recourse do the residents have?
Call the police, or you call our store manager.
So that's something. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tom Battagalise, Battaglise, 2 Cutler Road. Why did your testimony not consider any environmental aspects related to the restaurant and drive-through as required by the zoning ordinance performance standards to provide evidence of compliance, including for standards for odors, noise, and air pollution?
But as you heard in previous meetings, the applicant committed to meeting all applicable regulations.
Does the ordinance not state that it's required that you show evidence prior to the approval of the application?
The applicant put forth testimony that all applicable regulations will be met.
Okay, I advise you to check the ordinance. Have you ever seen a study on drive-through air emissions exposure values and associated effects from McDonald's?
No, I have not.
Who is qualified from your perspective to provide evidence on those performance standards?
The applicant has committed to meeting all applicable performance standards.
Okay. That one. With your training as a planner and in the spirit of upholding the AICP, American Institute of Certified Planners Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct that you said you're part of with that membership, how do you truthfully explain that this McDonald's with a double-lane drive-through will contribute to the vision that was already outlined by Ms. Cecere of Morris Plains?
McDonald's contributes to the vision of the master plan and the zoning ordinance adopting this specific use.
And the master plan itself, how do you truthfully show that it contributes to that, to the master plan and community vision?
Sir, this witness is under oath, so he's taken an oath to tell the truth. So
I was looking for maybe an elaboration, if that's possible, beyond that this is an approved zoning objection, which actually is a misleading idea. There's more to it than just that fact.
I don't think there's anything misleading here. I think you're trying to make it misleading, but I think the zoning ordinance and master plan are pretty clear. This is a permitted use which advances the goals and objectives of the master plan to permit a resilient economy based on uses that are not attainable on the internet. And that's what you have before you this evening.
Okay. Why does your view that this is such a positive development for Morris Plains and supports our master plan conflicts so strongly with research and renowned experts such as David Dixon, Vice President and Planning Fellow from the global firm Stantec, who has said that drive-thrus don't, quote, support any of the life and vitality and amenities that suggest people might want to come live, work, or play in a neighborhood. Drive-thrus belong to a much more auto-centric world. So how's your explanation really aligning with views such as that seem to corroborate more aligned with our master plan.
Sir, as I stated previously, this isn't the zoning board. We're not justifying the particular suitability of this use. This is a permitted use by the zoning ordinance of the Borough of Morris Plains.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the public? Did you want to speak to Cecere? Yeah.
Jill Cecere, 11 Dayton Road. Thank you for letting me contribute.
Absolutely.
Just have the right gloves. Just give 1 second. Again, pertaining to Ms. Mahaney's report, number 9, it said the applicant should provide testimony regarding the proposed location of the trash enclosure and the feasibility of relocating the proposed trash enclosure further away from the eastern property line. I believe it was the engineer's report, there was some line that just said it was given in testimony, but there was never any discussion of having it relocated anywhere else.
The applicant made the trash enclosure area smaller and provided additional landscaping in that area.
Right, but Ms. Mahaney wrote the feasibility of relocating the proposed trash enclosure.
There's no feasible location to relocate the trash enclosure.
Based off of the design of the optimal McDonald's drive-through.
No, based on the fact that the site has 2 front yards, you don't put trash enclosures in front yards, it's
Well,
typical
the
that...
existing Friendly's building never had the trash enclosure in the back. It was towards the building.
It's customary
It
for
still is,
trash
yeah.
enclosures to be in the corner of the lot.
Not that lot. I've lived there 32 years and Friendly's has been there a lot longer than that. And the trash enclosure is always away from the property line. I'm sorry. Back to substantial detriment of the public good. Is it not, does it not mean that when evaluating for a variance, you would need to when evaluating if a variance would cause substantial detriment, decision-making primarily needs to be considered on how it would affect nearby properties and the character of the neighborhood?
Yes.
And how it would negatively impact or not impact bordering neighborhoods and communities?
Yes.
And you don't believe that this would negatively impact the bordering community?
No, not at all. I think the applicant, through the engineering testimony, has demonstrated adequate off-street parking to meet the needs of the proposed restaurant. We've gone through countless times discussing that the loading within the drive aisles of the parking lot is the industry norm. Every freestanding fast food burger restaurant in the county does not have a loading lane. They all load through the drive aisle. Additionally, with relation to the signage, during break, the applicant has committed to provide gooseneck lighting on all of the signage. They will not be internally illuminated, so that's another variance that we're eliminating with this application. So I think when you look at the variance relief being requested by the applicant, there's certainly no substantial impairment to the zoning ordinance or the master plan with the granting of those variances.
Well, it's not I'm not asking about substantial impact to the zoning ordinance. Substantial detriment to the public good is what
There's
I'm
no
questioning.
substantial detriment to the public good with the granting of any of those variances.
Okay. Do you realize that under the C variance standards, a variance is permitted when one of the purposes of the MLUL would be advanced from the deviation for the bulk variance requirements, and they benefit from the variance. The benefits from the variance will outweigh any detriment to the public good. Importantly, the benefit from the grant of the C2 variance cannot benefit the property owner only. Instead, it must actually benefit the community and serve as a better zoning alternative for that property.
Yes, I provided that breakdown in my testimony.
Not very simple.
Okay, quick, stop the clock for a second. I've got so many. The bollard signs. How many are there and where are they located? Because
There's two of them in the bollards that separate the drive-through lanes on the south side of the property. They're 2 square feet apiece.
So they just separate the 2 lanes.
They're in the drive-through lanes. They serve as directional signs to let the motorists know that there's 2 drive-through lanes to be utilized.
That's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Clorinda Landy, 94 Littleton Road. Clorinda Landy. 94 Littleton Road.
And you haven't contributed to...
I do have a quick question. Has the applicant considered revising their application to eliminate the drive-through and maybe just put up a McDonald's restaurant?
No.
Are there any other questions from the public?
Madam Chairwoman, this concludes our case in chief, and we do reserve the right to call witnesses in rebuttal following the presentation of the objector's case, and we thank the board for their time and patience and the public for all of your input. Thank you.
Wait, before you start, is he gonna sit or where are you gonna be?
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to stand.
Okay. We're gonna first, I would like to introduce Peter Steck to be able to. I'd like to introduce Peter Steck right now regarding, he's representing my client's interest. He's our planning expert here, and would you mind giving your credentials so you can be admitted as witness?
I swear you. Please raise your right hand, state your name, spell your last.
Peter G. Steck, S-T-E-C-K.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give this evening before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
I have a handout that I will eventually refer to. I already gave a copy to, could distribute to the.
Sure, I'd like to mark this as an evidence, and also I do have a USB port with my computer, if we can put it up on the screen as well.
Could we have your credentials?
Yeah,
I'm going to do that next. Thank you for reminding me. By way of education, I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Marquette University and a master's in city and regional planning from Rutgers. In terms of work experience, I served as an associate planner with 2 consulting firms, Alvin Gershon Associates in Trenton and Malcolm Kassler Associates that was in Hackensack. I was the planning director for the township of Montclair for about 9.5 years. For the past 20 some odd years, I've practiced as a planning consultant. I've appeared in approximately 230 municipalities and in Superior Court and in tax court, and been accepted as an expert planner in those jurisdictions. I was licensed in 1976 with license number 1776, and it's still in effect this evening.
Okay, does the board have any questions? Everyone agree to accept him as an expert? Okay.
You want to stand at the podium?
Sorry?
Are you going to stand at the podium as well? I can get your mic, that's why I asked.
Sure. We're going to show the exhibits, but I want to make sure they are marked, as well.
Copies got to be given, to the clerk with, Secretary, with Secretary Karen, March 1, start, the date, and then if you have copies of the board. And prior to talking about anything that's on it, we just explain what it is.
Did we put a marking on it yet?
Oh, one. Yeah, Karen's got the official copy.
I'll refer to it in my testimony, but it's, 01 is a 4-page document. It was prepared by me today. The first page shows a 2020 satellite photograph where I superimposed the zone lines, and I also reproduced a portion of the 2000 master plan. Next page are 4 photographs that were taken by me on December 5th of this year, and I believe they accurately depict existing conditions. The last 2 pages have excerpts, upper right-hand corner, P3, an excerpt from the site plan review standards, and the last page is an excerpt from the zoning standards that have to do with the location of parking. So I'll get to that in a minute. This property issue, and I'm going to say some obvious things to lay a foundation. This property consists of 2 lots that are already developed. Mixed-use office on one side, and the corner lot is the vacant Friendlies. The proposal is to demolish all of the improvements on the property, but save 3 trees. The reason I'm referencing that is that because everything is being demolished, including the sidewalk and the curbing on Speedwell, the applicant is essentially starting from scratch. So the driveways are flexible, although the applicant says, oh, we're going to keep the same location of one of the driveways. The answer is that's being demolished. So there's no freezing of existing conditions here. That driveway location, in my opinion, is movable because the applicant is demolishing the curbing, the curb cuts, and the sidewalk in the right of way. Although the Friendly's site is vacant, there's no evidence that it adversely affects surrounding properties. The other surrounding properties seem to be reasonably well maintained. People don't like a lot of vacant buildings, but the answer is I do not observe any detriment from the current conditions of the property. The proposal is to construct a new fast food restaurant that happens to be a McDonald's with somewhat an extraordinary amount of car loading locations for the drive-thru. Most McDonald's, you don't always see, 2 corridors that feed it. So this is obviously a business plan that's intended, at least by the applicant, to accommodate a lot of drive-through traffic. Part of my analysis was to look at the surrounding area, and I'll refer to the first page of 01, which again is a 2020 aerial photographs. And what is significant is that this property abuts a residential zone, essentially to the east, and as you know, that house is quite close to the rear property line. And for about maybe 40% of the property, it abuts a residential zone across Dayton Road. So there is a lot of exposure here to residential uses. If you look on the right-hand side of the first page, And I'll talk about this more in a minute, but the applicant keeps on saying, the applicant's planner keeps on saying, I reviewed the 2018 master plan. That's not the master plan, that's the re-examination report. That's a different section of the municipal land use law. The master plan that you have is dated 2000, and it's a summary of a 1975 document. So the applicant's planner has been looking at the wrong document. When you want to justify the negative criteria, and you want to say it doesn't substantially impair the zone plan, that's the 2000 summary master plan. That's not the re-examination report. The re-examination report doesn't even require a public hearing. So the applicant's planner looked at the wrong document. Now, I did look at the master plan, and that's on the right-hand side of the property. The master plan did not have a distinction between the R2 or the R3, excuse me, D2 or the B4 zones. They all had a general commercial zone. But what was apparent to me is that this section of the Speedwell corridor has a higher concentration of non-residential uses. Excuse me, non-commercial uses. There are houses that house abuts this property. It is there's a house across the street, and on both sides there are institutional uses, again, that don't make this a dense commercial corridor. And that suggests to me that there is an additional sensitivity that's needed because of the proximity of the residential buildings. On the second page of the of 01, you'll see on the upper side I have the two locations of lot 5 on the left-hand upper left and lot 4 on the upper right. On the bottom, I have Dayton Road looking east, no parking on one side. It is a purely residential street, and very significant is on lot 6 at 11 Dayton. There's a house that's maybe less than 10 feet from that rear property line. And that's an important feature because of land use impacts such as noise, odors, and the like. So this is, while it is in the B2 district, it is peculiar in that there are non-commercial uses in the area, and particularly single-family homes. I note that you have a traffic ordinance that says that Dayton, for its entire length, should not have trucks. Now, you know that you could get to a property if you're delivering a truck, but to that specific property, but your public policy is that Dayton should not have trucks. Now, the applicant is obviously using Dayton both for exit of a trash truck and for a tractor trailer, which is the loading and unloading function. And there are instances, there's a McDonald's in Fairlawn on Broadway where the property is a corner lot. There's a McDonald's there. The side street happens to be a residential street, and they don't have an access to the side street. They're protecting that residential street. Here the applicant is, even though it's an angled driveway, the applicant wants to have a driveway there that will accommodate truck exiting. The master plan wanted to be consistent with the existing character of the community. That's the goal that has persisted for a long time. And again, I'm referring to the 2000 master plan. I believe it's August of 2000 that the planning board adopted. That's a different document than the re-examination report. So when you want to test the negative criteria, you'll look at the 2000 master plan. It's a summary of the 1975 master plan. Did not make a distinction between the different commercial zones. The applicant's planner apparently never even looked at that document. The only thing he looked at was the re-examination report. You changed Morris Plains changed its ordinance in 2023, ordinance 14-202. 23. It's important that that is a recent change because one would easily surmise that the governing body knew what a McDonald's and a fast food restaurant was. It knew what a loading space was. It knew that some parking spaces are 10 by 20 rather than 9 by 18. In fact, most of you this evening parked in 10 by 20 foot parking spaces out in the parking lot. It was easy to get in and out of, right? Now, I know that there aren't a lot of kids here with child carriers coming out, but this municipality knew what a 10 by 20 foot space was. And I'm saying that because it's a recent ordinance, and it's not like this is an old ordinance that's been around for 30 years and times have changed. When the governing body adopted this ordinance, that's my job. When the governing body adopted this ordinance, they knew what a McDonald's was, they knew what a loading spot was, they knew what 10 by 20 parking spaces were. And now the applicant is saying, well, look at all these other uses in the area, these other McDonald's. Well, the answer is you get to have your own definitions. And the governing body didn't say, oh, we're going to adopt the McDonald's industry standard for our fast food regulations. You're entitled to have your own standards to meet the needs of your community and the peculiarities of this B2 zone that abuts residential uses. It's a permitted use, but that's not the end of the story. You have performance standards. So you're going to have a McDonald's, and the applicant doesn't want to tell you where they're going to load. Somewhere in the aisles, they can't do it in the front yard, they're going to probably do it in the rear yard because that's the back of the building. That loading location for a tractor trailer is close to the nearest residential use. And one of your performance standards is that you meet the state noise code, which changes based on times of the day. They want to open at, whatever it was, 7 in the morning. The noise code changes, I think there's a harsher standard, a lighter standard at night. When you have a tractor trailer parking by a residential property line, and this is not only a residential property line, it's a house maybe 10 feet away, that clearly suggests that there's a noise issue. And the applicant says, don't worry about it, I'm going to meet the noise. Well, if it turns out that the applicant can't meet the state standard, what are they going to do? They're going to come back and maybe put a highway 20-foot tall concrete wall to block the noise. I'll tell you that landscaping and an 8-foot fence doesn't stop the noise. So it is a legitimate concern, and it's not enough to say, it's a permitted use, don't bother me. You have standards of odor, so has the applicant talked to you about the filtering system? Has the applicant talked about the noise, not of the speaker, of the tractor trailer that's going to be parked there? That is a noise generator. It's going to be heard at the top of the exhaust pipe and from the engine. And I would suggest to you that is a real legitimate concern. And I would suggest to you that doing your job is not just listening to the applicant and say, don't worry about it, I'll meet this code. The applicant has the burden of proof. You have no proof that they can meet that, and it clearly is a troublesome situation. Your code says that you need a designated loading spot. You get to make that choice. The industry standard of McDonald's is not the code. And the applicant has to show, the applicant says there's no hardship here, so the applicant shows that the benefits of not having a loading space substantially outweigh the detriments. Well, I think in order for you to know the noise, you got to know where that truck is going to be posted. you have a standard of 10-foot by 20-foot parking spaces. And McDonald's is telling you, don't worry, 9 by 18 is fine. Well, 9 by 18 is fine for residential uses in the state of New Jersey, but you get to call the shots. And the governing body already called the shots. It said 10 by 20-foot spaces. And 10-foot wide spaces are great if you have a child-oriented use, where you open the door, you bring out your child carrier with your other 2 kids, and you walk in. You have a stroller that you set up. That's why 10-foot wide spaces make sense. The applicant is only doing 18-foot deep spaces, which means that there's going to be an overhang. And that overhang is going to impinge upon the area that's supposed to be landscaping. Since this is a blank slate, the applicant is demolishing all of the paving, all the sidewalks, all the curbing, all the curb cuts on Speedwell. I would think a traffic expert would say, shouldn't you align your driveway with Hillview on the other side? Your ordinance has a standard for roads, and it says you either align it across an intersection or you're 125 feet at least away, so a car exiting can straighten out and then make a formal left turn, let's say, in Hillview. The applicant is saying, oh, I'm keeping the existing curb cut. They're not, they're demolishing everything. So from a pure traffic point of view, shouldn't that driveway, and maybe an entrance and exit so you don't mess up the side street, shouldn't that driveway align across the street? The applicant says, I'm going to make a lot of concessions. I'm now going to do goose at the last minute. We have gooseneck lighting here. What about the size of the letter height? Don't worry, we need this. Well, your code says 2-foot tall letters. And the applicant says, well, they have more than 2 feet. That's not the issue. If you were drafting an ordinance, then I think you would take all the data that the applicant's planner said, and maybe you want to change the ordinance. But the answer is, it isn't changed. When the master plan wants to preserve the character of the community, it made the choice of what kind of size, what kind of signs, and what size signs and what types of letters are needed. That's the type of community aesthetic that has been implemented. The applicant refers to, I guess, McDonald's on Route 10. That has, in my opinion, a different character than this property does because of its proximity to residential uses. So, this, in my opinion, is a tight site. And I think there are variances that appear that are not recognized. If you look at the last 2 pages of my report, 01, my handout, I show the design standards. So keep in mind that when you have a standard that's in your site plan ordinance, relief is called an exception in the municipal land use law or a waiver. And you have to show that for practical difficulties. There's not a benefits outweigh the detriments rationale in the municipal land use law for an exception. That applies to variances. A variance is a provision in your zoning ordinance. It's harder to get variances, and they trump the standards in your zoning chapter, trump the standards in your site plan ordinance, in my opinion. So, on P3, the 3rd page of 01, I quote from the site plan ordinance, and it says 20 by 10 spaces are required that did not interfere with the sidewalk or landscape. Now, if the applicant were having an 18-foot deep space and that abutted an extra wide sidewalk of, let's say, 16 feet, oh, that makes sense. You can allow an overhang. I don't see any, the applicant the last minute says, oh, we're gonna put in curb stops. So I don't see them on the plans. Maybe they're there, but I just don't see, maybe that's a last minute, kind of a Hail Mary change to the plan. But cars here will overhang and intrude into the landscape area. And in my opinion, that should not be allowed. The only reason you would grant an 18-foot deep space is that the overhang really didn't bother anything, didn't intrude on any landscaping area. I think it does here, and that's on both sides of the property. The next page is a more important issue. One of the standards in your zoning ordinance, now we're talking variances rather than exceptions. Section 13-5.7, D, general requirements for non-residential off-street parking. 1, no part of any off-street parking area shall extend into any required front yard more than the front yard setback requirement of the zone in which it is situated, unless specifically permitted in the respective zone. While it's 33 feet on Speedwell, and actually that probably comes close to one of the parking spaces, I'm going to ignore that. But there are all those red dots on Dayton Road, they're in the required front yard setback, and they require variances. In my opinion, because there is a provision in the site plan ordinance, which is doesn't have the weight to it of a design standard, the applicant needs variances for all of those parking spaces on Dayton that protrude into the required front yard. Think of how nice the landscaping would be there if you had 25 feet of landscaping along there and potentially no driveway. That would offer some decent protection for Dayton Road. Again, according to your ordinances, shouldn't have any truck traffic on it. This is a variance that, in my opinion, is a legitimate variance. It's in your zoning ordinance. While I'll grant you there is a standard in the design section, that can't undo your zoning standard. So this is a requirement the applicant has not addressed. It's a requirement that needs some testimony about positive and negative criteria. There is no testimony on the record. And just as you can, at the end of the day, yes, restaurants are permitted, provided they don't produce too much noise, too much odor. I'll stick to noise, provided they don't produce too much noise. The applicant doesn't want to tell you where they're going to load. I think they're going to load in the back, and they're going to block an aisle in the back, and it's going to be close to that residential use. That is a noise generator that must be addressed to test whether this site plan configuration complies with that performance standard that is a statewide standard. And by the way, you don't get grandfathered in on the state standard. If this is approved and built in a year from now, and a neighbor complains about the noise and it violates the state code, the applicant's going to come back to you with a sound wall, a concrete highway sound wall probably. That's going to change the whole character of this development. So it needs to be addressed now, and it hasn't by the applicant. This site is either too small for all the things that are going on, or the restaurant's too big for it. It's a permitted use, but not at this scale. So based on what I've heard so far, and remember the applicant has the burden of proof, the applicant has not, in my opinion, provided adequate testimony that would support the relief that's requested. The applicant looked at the wrong planning document, didn't look at the 2000 master plan, and in my opinion, there is insufficient credible evidence for you to approve this application.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Peter. I just want to also make note and just hear your opinion on this, because they keep on alluding to the drive-throughs like Chase Bank and stuff like that. I'm looking at the hours for Chase Bank, and it's 9 to 5 as compared to 6 to 11. And something that I forgot, and when we're talking about the signage and we're talking about this front yard setback that getting addressed, you have all these cars with headlights that are going in, right? And you have surrounded by residential property. Do you think that that's also one of the purposes for this front yard setback here is to alleviate that? The reason why, and all these sort of situations, is to prevent sort of the lighting, the noise, the glare, the cars that are having the headlights all over the place till 11 o'clock.
That's clearly another factor involved. Now, I'll grant you that with enough fencing, and the applicant says, oh, put 8-foot fencing in the back, that may, I'm not sure the nature of the fencing, that may block in one direction some of those light fixtures, but this is going to be an active use. In my experience, an 8-foot fence does not stop noise. Landscaping doesn't stop the noise. I've seen studies from the Highway Administration that you need 100 feet of woods to really have a difference of noise. That is clearly an issue here. The state says you measure it at the residential property line, and the applicant has not addressed that at all. So I would add the fact that more landscaping on the side means better protection for headlights, better protection in terms of circulation and of the surrounding properties. And again, keep in mind, this part of the speedwell corridor has, in my opinion, higher concentration of residential uses and institutional uses.
Also, I just want to make note, because they're using, and I'm glad that you mentioned these industry standards and the differential treatment between industry standards and the zoning, as well as pointing out that even though the drive-through was now a permitted use there, that they didn't change the requirement for the size of the parking spots as well as the amount of parking that's needed there.
That's correct. Again, you're entitled to adopt your own standards, which you have. The state took control over residential parking spaces, but you're entitled to have 10 by 20 foot parking spaces. There isn't an argument that says the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments for parking, for the dimensions of parking spaces. That's a design standard. And I would say if you could, two uses that come to mind that you need 10-foot wide spaces is maybe a food store. We have shopping carts coming in and out. But you also have a kid-oriented use like this is, where you have a lot of action, a lot of loading and unloading from the side of a van, from the side of a passenger car. That's why 10-foot wide spaces are appropriate here.
When we're talking about the NLU and the A and the G portions of it for the intention of that, and we're also looking at the fact that this is across the street from a middle school, and we're dealing with all these sort of issues, how does that come to play with the fact that this is across the street from middle school?
Again, the applicant is saying this encourages the most appropriate use of land. My point is the lot isn't big enough for this use of this land. There are too many compromises in the site plan to accommodate this scale of a permitted use. In terms of aesthetics, there is no detriment that I see from the current aesthetics of the site. Someone's going to use that vacant building at some time. But the fact that it is such a high-intensity use, one that is child-oriented and near a school, in my mind, means there's an extra emphasis on pedestrian safety.
So I'm really happy that you included the pictures, and I'm going to bring that back right now, because one of the arguments for the positive criteria for the benefits of this is that they're getting rid of this vacant lot over here, and that is attributing to the visual, to making an attractive visual environment, right? But you're pointing out here, I mean, it looks like a Friendly's with just no sign, and it looks like the landscaping is pretty well maintained with that. In your opinion, Does this meet the criteria in your cases to prove that that vacant lot is needed? And by filling it in with the McDonald's, that criteria, the benefit of replacing this so-called vacant, or it's not blighted, it's definitely not, it does not meet the definition of blighted, meets the criteria underneath it's the A or G of the MLUL. Again, with this whole visual environment, because this is what they have to prove, relying upon that. I mean, you understand?
Purpose G talks about having sufficient space in an appropriate location. This is not sufficient space for this size restaurant, in my opinion. And aesthetics will be changed, but there are many alternatives to aesthetics. The fact that you are changing the front facade to put some brick on it, in my opinion, does not allow you to conclude that this is an improvement in aesthetics, especially when you have so many drive-through lanes. This is going to be a large parking lot with a lot of cars in it. That's not aesthetic. The applicant is drawing your attention, oh, we're going to do gooseneck lighting, we're going to do a little more landscaping here, we'll do an 8-foot fence. That's not going to hide the fact that you have a pure traffic-oriented use here that's primarily for the drive-through customer.
So again, going back to this whole Chase Bank thing, especially since it's only open till 5 o'clock, and they're not, when we talk about the signs, interior, and I'm happy that they're going to address that with the gooseneck lighting, but it still doesn't kind of put into play the headlights with everything that a double drive-through would create there, especially one that's open till 11 o'clock. With that, how does that go into the criteria of, can you even have the general welfare for this?
Well, lighting is clearly a concern, and idling cars are clearly a concern, and a truck loading and unloading is a concern. It is possibly manageable to have enough fencing to block headlights, but there are, when someone shows you an engineering plan, they show where the illumination is on the ground, and they forget the fact that you're in front of 6 other cars and your lights are bouncing off their windshields and everywhere else. It's not a true picture of what this is going to look like at night with cars stacked up here.
Yeah, and because especially since they, when they say, oh, this is permitted use, in the creation of this permitted use, they might have been referring to a 9 to 5 drive-through here.
Well, the answer is it's a permitted use, but you have to look at the scale, you have to look at its operation, and the site plan aspects of this. You can approve the use, but in my opinion, the current site plan is so deficient, it warrants denial by this board.
Thank you. And also the fact that this variance, and you heard the testimony when I asked particularly for the planner, are there any variances that are also required here? And then you made note of this variance for 13/5.7 here. What, in your opinion, what sort of testimony that they're going to have to show, since you're saying that this site plan is just, right now, doesn't warrant it?
The answer is I'm not going to do the applicant's work.
There you go.
The answer is the applicant has the burden of proof. They haven't even recognized it as a variance. It's their burden to demonstrate that that's justifiable. And again, think in your mind how much a 25-foot wide landscape area would modify the adverse impacts of this development, assuming that you had enough room to have loading and all the other stuff.
Yeah, and one of the things I think that we've talked to internally is that, honest with you, they didn't provide a planning report.
Well, the testimony's okay, it's just that he looked at the wrong planning document.
Exactly. So, thankfully my client hired you on the last minute, and we're very grateful that we were able to get your time today. But for re-examining what is right now, do you think that it would require the municipal planner to kind of re-examine, especially with the testimony today, and also with the fact that this variance, because, they weren't given all the information.
The applicant had their chance, in my opinion.
Yep. Thank you so much. At this point, I'm actually going to go into show here, because one of the things, I'm going to put this as an exhibit. Hold on a second. Like when I bring up this video. Hold on. So I'm going to a video, and this is just showing how much noise a truck on Bayonne. Okay, so it's so we are going to, I would like to admit some evidence here showing, can I finish?
This is not my evidence.
Not
It's
evidence.
I have seen.
It's,
Stop, please, everybody stop. Mr. Steck is talking, allow him to speak, and then one person is on.
This is a video of a loading operation at the Bayonne McDonald's, which I saw prior to my testimony. I did not shoot the video.
not to shoot the video. The only reason why I would like to admit this is because they reference Bayonne as an example here of how the trucks work here, and especially in the fact that there's not going to be a loading zone, which is one of the variances they're asking for. I believe that this is relevant to the case formation here because, again, they opened up the door by repeatedly referencing Bayonne. So at this point, I would like to introduce a video showing on December 2nd at 11:07 a.m. the Bayonne property, and it was shot by Jess Williams. But again, I'm relying upon, if it's admissible. I believe that it's admissible and it's definitely relevant here, especially since they referenced it multiple times, and it also shows the standard practice, which they keep on referencing that repeatedly here. I believe that it's relevant to show a case where this is actually happening.
May I make a reference? The Bayonne site was referenced not in connection with loading noise. It had nothing to do with it. This is being shown, I think, just to inflame the crowd. There is no relevance to this loading. I don't know who took the video. I don't know when it was taken. It's not admissible in this case for sure. I mean, the prejudice far outweighs any probative value that this evidence could possibly have. We've addressed noise. We addressed it during our engineering and our traffic testimony. To put a video up, not of our site, is highly prejudicial. We use the Bayonne example, if everyone recalls, as an example of where there's a McDonald's close to residential neighborhoods. That is the only purpose we referenced it. We did not open the door to videos of trucks loading and unloading.
I've heard everything. I'll make a recommendation the board gets to decide. I think this is switched to four fields. I mean, every single thing on this property is fair game. And they've got a lot of testimony. In my opinion, testimony about other sites, I think this is all. Please, I'm speaking. I'm giving my opinion to the board. It is my opinion that it goes to four field. Everything on this site, absolutely relevant. It's my opinion that it is substantial. That's my opinion. The board can decide.
Okay, no, we're going to decide. I'd like to hear from the board whether or not you agree with our attorney.
Can you tell us exactly what this is a video of?
Sure, it's a video of the McDonald's in Bayonne on December 2nd at 11:07 a.m. It was shot by Jess Williams, who's over there.
This is a video of what?
This is a video of the site, and it shows the current configuration of circulation with the loading of one of their trucks going back and forth, which they keep on recalling because we didn't have a sound report or anything like that, and they referenced Bayonne multiple times. My client went to the Bayonne property just so they could see an example of how this would impact the neighborhood. I believe that this is relevant because of that, since they keep on referring to the standard.
He just wanted to ask what it is.
Okay.
We know the argument, but
I will tell you I'm in favor of it only because the whole truck thing's bothered me from the beginning, so.
I understand the value of it. I don't know that I understand how it'll help our plans.
Kathy? Ron, to see the video. Mayor? Mayor? Okay, Steve is agreeing with our attorney.
And the attorney's recommendation was?
It's not relevant.
It's not relevant.
It's just too far.
Okay. Mike Garabaglia said, show it. John Bessel said, show it. Mary Ann, no. Kathy, no. Ron, yes.
On advice of the attorney, I said it.
Frank? And I agree, no, so it won't be part of the package.
Okay. Thank you so much. At this point, Peter, did you conclude your testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
I'm gonna pop in quick.
Yeah.
You're obviously first. I don't know how long the board's gonna go.
Can we have I'm sorry, can we have the engineer and the planner, the municipal planner ask questions first?
No,
if they have them?
the board runs the show.
Okay.
The chair will run the show.
Thank you.
I make recommendations, and as you can see, sometimes they follow, sometimes they don't. Real quick, I know that our engineer and our planner haven't had a chance, something new got brought up. Well, Liz may be able to respond today. I would recommend that Liz also get a chance to respond. Something other than 11 o'clock tonight, but that's for the board to consider, and I'll get that.
Absolutely, I think that's only fair that Liz has an opportunity to review all this information and come back at our next meeting and provide you with your opinion. Okay, so then we will go to Mr. Vitolo.
I actually have an important question for you, just what you just said. Are you available during the next meeting, Mr. Steck, on Monday?
What is the next meeting?
On Monday.
Today,
16th.
Because that's important, because if he says no, then that changes everything.
Mirabelle on the 16th.
Well, that's gonna be a problem. So maybe you can let them know that you need to be here. Because we have had, prior to tonight, we have had 13 and a half hours of testimony on this case. And we have made every accommodation for everyone. So I would suggest either you get a different planner or you make that call. Maybe you can come here early and go there later, or vice versa. We're here till 11 o'clock at night.
The point here is that it's, as you know, things go on past 11, things will go on as well. It's only fair that the applicant and the board be allowed to question. I understand other convenience, but there is going to be a conflict between whatever you have on Monday, here and there. And I don't know how far along the schedule, but it would, I think, behoove the objector and the school, if you could discuss it with them, that the availability of the witness to be cross-examined is pretty important. Everybody, the applicants have been cross-examined, so it is pretty important. I would strongly suggest that the ability to do that and the inability to then be cross-examined or questioned by others influences the weight that's going to be given testimony. It's just natural. You have to be available.
Well, I'm here this evening to be cross-examined. I can't right now say that I'm going to dump other clients that I'm committed to.
We have time for them to cross-examine. We have 20 minutes. We can do that right now.
Yes, but the board attorney, I can ask some questions, but the board attorney just said that he would like his planner to have some time to review these new ordinance, these new variances. That is 100% reasonable.
Sure, and if for some reason, because of prior commitment, if they can't be available by the 16th, then we request that a other special hearing where Mr. Steck is available would be provided for this. Especially since there's apparently a new variance that hasn't been addressed at all, and also the planner and everybody else needs to prepare. So I think that since you guys have already granted so much of ours, if Mr. Steck cannot attend, then we should be allowed to have him come back on a date where he's available.
We also have a meeting on the 18th, so we'll give you that choice. How's that?
I'm in Chatham on the 18th, but I'll have to see if I can work something out.
I would
can't-
suggest that you make yourself available at one of those
I
meetings.
understand your suggestion, it's just that I cannot.
It seems like I'm sorry, I think that some other people from the applicant might not also be there, so maybe there's another date that works for both parties then?
Can I just make a quick record? So, I know Ms. Kumor, you went to look.
Kumor, thank you.
I know, Ms. Kumor, that you went to review documents or asked to read documents like over a month, maybe 2 months ago. So the fact that you guys waited this long to retain counsel and a planner should not prejudice this applicant.
First off, I'd like to...
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I object to this because...
Please stop. Let's not make this an argument. He's going to make a record.
So-
You can finish. It's not going to be a back and forth. That's not what happens. You address the board, you don't address each other. That's it. Mr. Vitolo is making a record. If and when the board asks for a response, it will get a response.
And so I believe that this board has been extraordinarily accommodating in granting meeting requests. It has been extraordinarily accommodating when it comes to witness and public questions. There were some people who were up at the microphone for 45 minutes, and people close to that. I think the board has gone above and beyond to give everyone an opportunity to present testimony. We have 3 meetings today, Monday, and the 18th to wrap this case up, which again is an extraordinarily generous amount of time that the board is giving this applicant and the objectors. And it is our position, if this objector cannot have their planner available, then we should not be prejudiced for that. And I don't think that we should be assigning any additional dates beyond the 3 dates that we have. That is our position based on the long history of this case and all of the time and effort that this board has given to this case, which is extraordinary.
Okay, record's been made.
Okay.
Stop. Record's been made. You can ask your questions.
Thank you. I would like to...
No.
I need to reply to
Ms.
that.
Ms. Kumor, you know you don't get to make the rules. He's speaking, he made the record, he's going to question you. That's it.
I think I'm allowed to
Ms. Kumor,
respond. No,
I don't think you understand.
I do understand that when the record
Just shouting down doesn't work. Please. He's making the record, you're going to get a chance to talk later. This is not just going to be an argument.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
I'm just trying to settle this. That's the
Not,
issue.
what's your question?
You give no credibility to the information that is being presented?
Please, yes, we do give credibility to it.
That's not the point of the question. If I gave any impression of not giving credibility to Mr. Steck, that's not what was presented. It is the ability to examine and to cross-examine. And as the public has questioned, for hours, witnesses, all those things are very appropriate. But a witness has to be done. I did not say anything more than I did. And if I implied it, I apologize. I withdraw any implication to not give credibility to any witness. Not what I meant. The ability for all interested parties to question is important. That's what's important.
The applicant has continually made references that they comply with the ordinances, and that's a blanket thing. I can say from the master planning committee, when we planned around and made rules and regulations and stuff, they were broad enough to allow an applicant room to make an application, but it wasn't a blanket ticket that you can come in and do whatever you feel like. I think there's an overriding factor in that they've ignored the public. And this public needs to be heard, and they need to know that their issues are addressed. Thank you.
If I may. And correct me if I'm wrong. We heard your testimony tonight, and we're going to have some time for some questions from Mr. Vitolo. If you can't make it to the next meeting, we're going to have our planner give her opinion on what you testified to. okay? And then the board will make the decision. Okay? So I think that's fair?
Let's do it, let's see what happens tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the best way to do this. I think everybody knows the concerns. Let's tone it down, record's been made, let's go for questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Steck.
Good evening.
Mr. Steck, did you review any of the transcripts in this case?
No.
So you did not have the benefit of reviewing any of the testimony during the, how many, 5 hearings? 5 hearings that have occurred today.
No, my introduction was this evening listening to your planner's testimony.
Okay, sir, so you're standing before this board this evening giving professional planning testimony, having not reviewed a single word of anything that has occurred in this body since we started this case. True?
Prior to this evening, that is correct.
Okay, and you are sticking by your testimony that you are qualified to give an opinion in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, relevance because, I'm allowed to object here.
No, you object to this development, so you don't have to.
Okay,
No speaking objection.
It's irrelevant.
Ma'am, no speaking objection. You object to as developments, but asking what he listened to is relevant. Please.
Can I say my relevance here? The reason why I'm saying that is because he's giving testimony based upon the planner's testimony. Much like their planner said, well, the other guy already testified with this. He's literally basing upon just their planner testimony, which their own person did. So I don't understand the relevance for this, but thank you.
Okay, Mr. Steck, returning to the questions. Included within the testimony from prior hearings was traffic testimony relating to the parking of the tractor-trailer truck on the property. But you don't know that because you didn't review it, correct?
I reviewed the plans that showed the tractor-trailer movements, and I'm aware, even this evening, it was repeated that the tractor-trailer there would be for 45 minutes, a couple times a week.
So you did review the plans. Why did you testify that McDonald's has not described how it will load trucks on the property?
Because it hasn't fixed a location for a 40-foot long location that the ordinance requires to be on a site plan.
But because you weren't here and didn't read the transcript, you don't know that we do have a location that we identified.
You're going to load in an active aisle, I understand.
Correct. But you
I
didn't
heard that this evening.
But you didn't review any of the testimony and literally 30 or 40 questions on how the truck is going to operate. You didn't review any of that testimony, correct?
I already answered your question.
Okay, so the answer is no. You didn't review any of that
I'll answer
testimony.
it a third time. Prior to this evening, while I reviewed the application materials, I did not attend any of the hearings or listen to the prior testimony.
And of course, if you had reviewed the testimony and prepared yourself, you might have different opinions in this case, true?
I don't know. I would, in my opinion, the focus of my testimony is to review your planner's testimony, and I think I have adequate foundation to render those opinions.
But we will never know because you've already testified, right?
I can't answer that question, whether we'll know or not.
Okay. Mr. Steck, have you ever testified in support of an application where there's a restaurant on a corner lot with no buffering whatsoever?
I don't recall an instance.
Are you sure?
I'm sure that I don't recall.
March 5th, 2024, I have a report from Verona where you support an application of a corner lot with zero buffering, and you were the planner. Now, this evening, I'm not finishing my question. This evening, you testified that the buffering was insufficient on this property, but on March 5th, 2024, you testified that a restaurant on a corner lot with no buffering satisfies the standards, and there was a residential property adjacent. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
But if I could, give you the details.
Please.
There was an existing.
Let's speak 1 second.
Okay. Now, on recourse.
Now, I'm going to address both attorneys and the witnesses. Unless the chair advises otherwise, I'm kind of the arbiter of what happens. Please don't tell, neither attorney should advise what somebody should be doing. They can state things until the chair reins me in. I'm going to be the arbiter here. You can go forward, Mr. Bennett.
When were you retained in this case?
Within the last week and a half.
So give me the earliest date you think you were.
I don't recall. I have to look at phone calls.
Was it on a Monday, a Tuesday?
I don't recall without looking at my time sheet.
I'm getting to it. So I'm laying the foundation, okay? That's what I'm doing. So the pictures in your report are dated December 5th.
Yes.
Ms. Kumor was retained on December 9th. Why were you taking pictures on the 5th?
Because one of the neighbors contacted to me to see if I would be interested in reviewing the application.
Okay, what other things did you do based on the neighbor's request?
Well, I looked at the application materials that were on file. I looked at the re-examination report. I looked at the master plans. As I said, I toured the property and took photographs. And I talked to my clients who told me what they understood the application to be about.
Now, you said before that our planner, Mr. Graviano, was looking at the wrong document. You remember that?
Yes, I remember saying that.
So you know he didn't review the summary of the 1975 master plan?
The only thing he said in his testimony was the 2018, he referred to it as a master plan, but it's not the master plan, it's the re-examination report.
But do you know that he didn't review that report?
He did, he said that he only read the 2018 plan.
Okay, and again, I'll just ask it one last time. You have firsthand knowledge that this gentleman didn't review that 1975 plan?
From the record that's been presented and his response to questioning, he said he only reviewed the 2018 document.
You said that there is a policy, your words, that there are no trucks, delivery trucks on Dayton Road.
Well, it's not a policy, there's a law
right.
that designates the length of Dayton it prohibits truck traffic over, I think, 5 tons.
Okay, and you're aware there's an exception for deliveries, right?
Yes.
Okay, why wasn't that addressed in your testimony?
I did. Maybe you weren't listening.
No, I must have missed it. Why don't you repeat it?
I said that I'm aware that you can make deliveries to a site
right.
that's in that area, but I gave an example of the McDonald's that's on Broadway in Fairlawn, where it was a corner lot, where there was a side street that was residential, and that McDonald's does not have access to the side street.
Okay, but in Morris Plains, you're aware of the exception, correct?
I don't understand your question.
You're aware that there's an exception for deliveries in Morris Plains?
Well, there's a generic exception that if you have a site that you are delivering to, you could do that. But what I meant, not what I meant, what I said, there's a law that says we don't want truck traffic on Dayton, and I said that establishes the policy that you'd like to discourage truck traffic on Dayton.
Sir, you said a few times, you said, well, the board just changed the zoning. So they knew that 10 by 20 spaces were required. And they knew that they would need some relief or what have you. Sir, you've done this a long time. Right? Are you saying, are you testing?
Stop, 1 second. You gotta keep a clean record, please. I know this question was a little bit long. Let him finish it, then answer.
So, are you saying that only conforming applications are appropriate at the planning board when there's an ordinance that's passed in close proximation to the hearing?
I'm saying that there's a presumption of validity of all ordinances, but the fact that this is recently adopted means that you can't make the argument that this is 35 years old and the industry has changed. The ordinance is legitimate, and the municipality is allowed to have its own standards, 10 by 20 foot spaces, despite what the business model is of McDonald's. And I'm assuming that when the governing body adopted this ordinance, they probably knew what a McDonald's looked like.
So you do redevelopment work, right?
Occasionally.
Okay, and you know how it works, right? They draft a redevelopment plan that has the zoning, the town council, and then a planning board will take up a site plan application from an applicant according to the redevelopment plan. Does that make sense to you?
When a property is blighted, yes, the law allows you to have a redevelopment plan for one piece of property.
And typically, they even submit plans to the governing body, and they attach them to the redevelopment plan or the redevelopment agreement.
Jersey City is great at that. You're right.
And Mr. Steck, even when the governing body writes the zoning, there are typically many deviations or deviations from the zoning. And that's nearly contemporaneous, sir. So how is it that in this case where you don't even have a contemporaneous, I mean, it's a redevelopment plan, isn't it in your professional opinion common that there are deviations and variances and design waivers all the time?
This is not a redevelopment site. It hasn't been declared blighted. Your analogy to a redevelopment plan is on another planet. It has nothing to do with this application. This is conventional zoning.
I'm asking about the timing and from when it is a zoning.
If this ordinance were adopted 20 years ago, I would grant you that things have changed. But because it's a recent plan, the governing body consciously, it's presumed to have consciously said, we want 10 by 20 foot spaces, we want a designated loading area.
So it's not your experience, sir, that, and you didn't read the testimony, so I understand it, that the 9 by 18 spaces are not standard now in the market.
They're not necessarily standard depending upon the use. There is a presumption of validity of this municipality's ordinances for non-residential development.
Did you go out and measure the spaces there now?
The spaces that are there now, no, most of them are so faded you can't measure.
How many spaces were on the total site?
I don't know. Which is irrelevant to my consideration since you're demolishing all of the improvements on the property.
Would it surprise you that there were approximately 60?
I didn't count them, so I don't know if I'd be surprised or not.
And that we're reducing the number of spaces from 60 to 30?
The number of spaces, it's the use of the spaces that's important, not the number.
I was just asking you if you knew that. And you considered it.
Since you are demolishing all the improvements, in my opinion, the existing non-conformities are irrelevant.
You mentioned noise. You're not an acoustical engineer, are you?
No.
Okay, so you have no special training or any licensures or anything else
No, I
to,
just have
wait, let me finish, to opine on sound.
I just have experience with applications that have been denied or withdrawn because of noise problems with truck loading and unloading.
But you've never testified as an expert in sound.
No,
in these cases.
I just have experience in my practice.
There you go. Okay, Mr. Steck. Thank you.
So, do any of the board members have any questions of Mr. Steck? Do you have any questions of Mr. Steck?
No, we don't have another expert right now.
This is your case right here.
Frank, we can't hear you.
I think your question is, well, two questions after. If there's no more questions, and if there was no more questions for this witness, is there anybody else that would go on? Do you have any other witnesses?
Hold on a second, let me just talk to my
Is
client.
that Frank up there?
Hold on. They do have more.
Well, let us know what they are and when they'll be here.
Yeah, we'd like the names too, please.
So they are still working for the confirmation of names, but it appears that they were going to be having a traffic engineer, their own expert, for one of them. Right now, I mean, we're going to make sure that they're available on the 16th or the 18th.
Make them available on the 16th.
I think it's a fair, it's almost very simple, it's fair. If you're speaking to somebody trying to find out if that person was available on the 16th, it's fair to give that, and it's actually standard. Give
Yes,
that-
we're going to
please
make
give the name.
Yes, right now, I don't have the names of those people right now because they're still working to retain them, but being that the, they are just retaining these right now, they would like to have that traffic expert, they are confirming, they haven't, just engaged the person, so I can't say it's completely permanent, but we'll make sure to have it on the 16th. And notify the board as well as the applicant's attorney before the 16th.
How about a lot before the 16th?
A lot before the 16th.
Okay, like
A lot
Wednesday.
before the 16th.
You let us know on Wednesday.
Yes.
What witnesses you're going to have, okay? And who they are.
Yes, we will.
And we make them available on the 16th.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Frank. I didn't mean to do that much.
Are there any other questions of this witness by the board? Jason, Mayor? No. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. Okay. One moment. We're going to let the public ask questions of that witness. And we're going to do that because he may not be available.
I did contribute, so I'm probably not allowed to speak, but I would just like to understand why there's a rush to get this done before January.
This is still a question, that's it. Witnesses, that's it.
Daniel Conway, 3 Greenwood Road. I asked a question earlier about the difference between a drive-up restaurant and a drive-through restaurant. Or is there a significant difference between the two?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, let me amend that.
Strike the microphone.
A drive-in restaurant is, if I recall from the definitions, is you kind of sit and eat in your car, and sometimes you have roller skates and sometimes you don't. And a drive-through is what this is, because there's a window that you pick up the food.
If I could just follow up to that. In the 2018 reexamination, in the section where they reference this particular zoning, they specifically say drive-through retail pharmacies and drive-up restaurants. To me, this is the question. A drive-up restaurant is, I've ordered my food, I pull up to a parking lot, someone brings something out. They specifically separate.
It's got to be a question. It's got to be a question. Your testimony. It has to be a question when he thinks.
That's,
Setting a foundation.
in the master plan, it says, drive-through for pharmacies, drive-up for restaurants. Is there a significant difference in what they were re-examining and why they would change the language of the
Well, you have to look at the definitions of the ordinance today, but a drive-in, in my mind, is something where you typically eat in your car, and it's a different entity than a drive-through.
Greg Devine, 91 Sun Valley Way.
And you have not contributed to this fund to hire the attorney?
No.
Okay.
Not represented, I did not donate. Speaking as a citizen of Morris Plains. Earlier you were testifying to the town ordinance, I think it was 22-5, prohibition of 4-ton or above vehicles going on gate.
Yeah, yes, there's a traffic ordinance that designates the length of Dayton for non-truck traffic.
Gotcha. So I heard you talking about some of the legislative history and what they must have known. Some of the testimony, did you read any of the, I know it was asked and answered, but I'm not quite sure. The traffic engineer on behalf of McDonald's had testified that in fact the McDonald's is a speedwell address. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware that the traffic expert for McDonald's indicated that deliveries will be made by a tractor trailer coming off of Speedwell into McDonald's on Speedwell?
Their exhibit shows a tractor trailer turning movements that has coming in from Speedwell and exiting onto the side street, Dayton.
Right, so are you also aware that that traffic expert indicated that in fact McDonald's could enter and exit onto Speedwell, but it was their preference and not their preferred plan to do so? Are you aware of that?
They haven't shown that it can be done on a diagram, so I don't know if it can or not. He may have testified about that, but it's not demonstrated in any of the exhibits.
Okay, so that'll be in the record. So if in fact a Speedwell address and an entrance on Speedwell and an exit on Speedwell is actually in the record for the McDonald's traffic person, then based on your knowledge and experience, would that regulation actually remain without an exception? Because a delivery wouldn't need to be made on Dayton Road.
It
Deliveries
would
on
improve
Speedwell.
the application a minor amount, but the current law allows for truck traffic to access this site. But that's why when I talk about policy, the policy is this municipality doesn't want to see trucks on Dayton, and that would certainly at least respond positively to that policy.
But if the town was following the strict letter of the law for 22-5, and McDonald's says it can enter and exit off of Speedwell, therefore, wouldn't it be arguable that you do not in fact need any access to Dayton Road to make a delivery on Speedwell?
Well, that's why part of this application is a site plan approval. And while, again, the use might be permitted, the use as embodied in this site plan deserves denial, in my opinion, because of the evidence so far on the record.
So if there was an approval, it would be based on McDonald's plan preference rather than a requirement that they exit on Dayton?
Well, I don't know if it's a preference, but the answer is what they propose is what the board reviews. And as you know, this is kind of a moving target. We're getting now apparently gooseneck lighting, and et cetera, et cetera. And board landscaping, no one knows what that is yet. But the applicant is suggesting that there could be modifications. It's just that typically they get put on the plan so the board knows what it's approving.
So with your history of expertise, does that include understanding the basis of a board's basis for denial of an application?
Yes.
So if the record shows McDonald's said they can enter and exit on Speedwell using tractor trailers or whatever trucks they need, and it's a Speedwell address, would you, based on your expert opinion, does the board have a basis to deny the application because they can enter and exit off of Speedwell, not along Dayton, and it's merely because they have a plan preference to exit onto Dayton?
The fact that they have a preference is irrelevant to this application.
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so
So
strictly
it is
defining
one of
the
the
law.
elements, the fact that they have the ability to enter and exit tractor trailers on Speedwell, and they still want to have exiting onto Dayton, is one of the factors that would allow this board to deny the application.
Thank you very much.
Macalear, 2 Maple Ave. A question I asked their planner about the lots. These are currently 2 parcels. And my understanding is the second parcel was bought by the owner, and they're trying to develop the 2 parcels together. One thing that, at least I haven't heard a lot of testimony on here, is how that process works. And I think that's important because this planning board, most of the members of the planning board and the town council voted for rezoning this according to the current parcels. So I guess, to my mind, when their planner just keeps repeating that this is an approved use, it's an approved use for a certain size parcel. People often don't like to answer hypotheticals, but I've heard, I don't know if it's true, that the same owner also owns the property next door. Could they then mow down everything and make a 16-lane drive-through just because it's a drive-through? There has to be some limit, in other words, on what this approved use is, taking into account the intentions of the board when they pass this.
Well, intentions are secondary. You read the law, and there is no defect the fact that they're combining properties. It clearly, this developer, if they didn't combine properties, they could not have this use. If they acquire 2 more properties down the line, maybe it becomes 100% conforming use. That's not before the board. They have to address this issue, and it doesn't require a variance to combine properties if you're demolishing everything on them anyway.
So they can just, so their plan has said that there has to be a vote by this board. Is that vote just on the application, or is there a separate vote for combining these lots?
I could actually help you.
Sure, I don't know, because a lot of times it seems like we try to ask questions where we can't ask, so.
That's not a standard for merging lots. For subdividing and making them smaller, yes. Making them bigger, no. They're right to apply.
So there's no basis for legal denial of that or any criteria?
And they've already made it clear. They can't go if they don't merge. It's just filing the deed.
So not to waste anyone's time, but just hypothetically, so if they bought 4 places in a row, they could create one business there, a supermarket? No, I'm just asking, is that what you're saying?
Because you have to look at a lot. But the ability to merge, yes. It's a slam dunk, it's yes. You can always merge to make it bigger, not make small.
Okay.
Then yes.
So I'd suggest that the planning board, when they think about these ordinances, needs to consider that and maybe putting in some sort of square footage, because it seems to me that partly why we found ourselves in this situation is because the best intentions of the planning board, when the owner bought up the 2 properties, then changed what it was zoned for.
I should have stuck myself in the district case asking questions. I just didn't know. Sorry.
Okay, so basically what they're saying is if they develop a plan, it sounds like if they accept the plan, then they accept the merger.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any, in your experience, is there any case in which there was a denial based on the zoning changing because of the lots being merged?
If an ordinance had a maximum lot size, and I think Morristown is trying to do that, that could trigger a variance, but there's no minimum lot size here and no maximum, so it doesn't violate any standard.
One thing, I know you're not a traffic expert and there's supposed to be someone testifying, but one thing that the applicant has repeatedly said is that they're not responsible for off-site traffic. They keep citing this Dunkin' Donuts case. My question is that my understanding is that the opinion in that case held that when turns are involved, that actually does become relevant to the site. So in other words, they're not responsible for the amount of traffic on the road, but there's no. So in your analysis, did you take into account the turns and the way in which turning in and out of that lot may or may not affect the pedestrian danger?
Well, again, I said that, again, since this is a blank slate, they're demolishing everything. Technically, it's good planning to align this combined entrance and exit driveway with Hillview across the street. The applicant has this jog now, which is not as good. In fact, the town standard said either should, the streets anyway, should align or be 125 feet away. This jogs, I think, like 46 feet away, so it's kind of, it creates safety issues.
So are there standards for the turn and pedestrians that we should be looking at?
Well, it's one of the considerations to this, while you can't deny the use as the use, you can deny this application based on the site plan defects, and the treatment of pedestrian traffic is one of the considerations.
Great. Thanks very much for everyone's time. I know it's late.
Potkalesky, 31 Grove Avenue, Potkalesky. I just have a process question. I'm not sure if I can ask it or not.
Want to get through the witness?
Battagalise, Battagalise, 2 Cutler Road. So Mr. Vitolo asked you if you were an acoustical engineer, but is it not correct that the burden of proof is on them to prove that they're meeting the noise performance standards?
It is, I think, because of the location of a truck in proximity to a residential property line, in my opinion as a planner, it's clearly a red flag issue that needs to be addressed. The applicant hasn't addressed it.
So is that yet another reason to potentially turn down the application if they're not able to prove conformance with that performance standard?
That's correct. It is the burden of the applicant to provide that evidence through expert witnesses. The applicant has only talked about turning down the volume, you know, of the order system.
Thank you.
Janet, 19 Dayton. In your experience, we talked about your credentials and cases that you've been involved in the past. Have you seen any applications that promise an approval by the DOT, case in point being the optimizations to the crosswalk, that later DOT changes their mind and those things actually don't come to fruition?
I don't know of an instance. And I'm just not at that end. Once an application is heard, sometimes there are adjustments that DOT does. I'm often not aware of that. So I can't answer your question.
That's okay. And then really quickly, because we were talking about timelines and calendars, yours in particular, in your experience, are most cases felt this rushed, or are you usually given adequate time?
It depends upon the case of the municipality and the county that you're in.
Gotcha. Okay, good for learning. Thanks.
Jill Cecere, 11 Date Road. In your opinion, as a planner, would you believe that a double drive-through fast food restaurant adjacent to a residential property and neighborhood would be a detriment to the public good?
Without adequate protections, it would be a detriment. And again, I'm going to go to the noise issue. The state law says your house could be 500 feet away, but the state's law says you measure the impact at the residential property line because you want to go out in your yard and enjoy your property.
And the noise doesn't just pertain to the actual building itself.
Well, in this case, I think the noise generator is going to be the truck that's loading and unloading.
And
the tractor trailer.
Also, the 700 to 800 cars.
They will generate noise, but the real impact, I suspect, is the truck issue.
And would that also affect property values possibly?
I can't answer on property values, but it would lessen the enjoyment of your property if you had to put up with that.
Robert Bianchi, 11 Lane Drive. I have not contributed. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Appreciate it. Just to pick up on the noise sound, when based on your training and experience, when these 18-wheelers are dropping things off, even if they turn the emissions off, the refrigeration system is still operating. Is that correct?
If it's a refrigeration truck, yes, there's a humming from that motor.
And as you're aware, at some point in time, the Morris Plains facility that's being proposed was analogized as close as possible to the Bayonne facility. You're aware, right?
I'm aware that that's been alleged.
Right. And you had an opportunity to review the video that has been disallowed in this particular proceeding, but that was taken because of the testimony that was provided by McDonald's so that we could verify the similarities between Bayonne and Morris Plains. You're aware of that, correct?
It's, in my opinion, relevant because you can't go to this site and measure noise because nothing's going on here. So typically a noise expert would go to another site that has a similar operation with a noise meter and measure what's going on.
Right,
So,
and you're aware, we didn't just pick Bayonne out of the thin air, it was because it was testified to by McDonald's experts. You're aware of
it
that?
was referenced, yes.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to review that video.
I did.
And that person was just there for a couple of minutes to take some pictures, by the way, right? And a video, correct?
Yes.
And it showed a truck that was there.
I know you're trying to get it in.
Well, wait, no, let me make it
Please
right.
stop. Please stop. I said it's not relevant. The board decided it's not. Trying to get it into your testimony is just trying to get a record.
Sir.
You know that. You can't do it.
Sir,
The board
sir,
said no.
just so it's clear,
You
just so
wanna
it's
know
clear.
something?
You said the video,
Okay. You're not going to win this argument. No. Discussion about the video's not coming in.
can I at least make a record? I won't ask the question, can I at least make a?
Okay. committees, no. The record, it's not coming in. No testimony, no questions about the video. Unless the board rules it, they said no. I know what you're trying to do, but the answer is no.
You keep saying you know what I'm trying to do. Respectfully, I don't think you do. Okay? You ruled that the video couldn't be played. You didn't rule there couldn't be testimony about the video. Now, if you want to rule that way now, fine.
That's the ruling.
Okay, so the record is clear, we can't discuss anything about the pictures or the video because we didn't talk about pictures before. Our picture's also going to be disallowed here.
The video that we discussed is not.
How about pictures of the site?
What pictures of what site?
There's also pictures at that location as well. Before we get into it, and the attorney can pull them up, is the ruling with regard to the video the same with respect to the pictures that were taken?
The pictures you're talking about?
No, the pictures at the Bayonne facility that was referenced as being similar to the Morris Plains facility.
There's not going to be testimony or questions or pictures out of another facility. It's two objections.
Even the facility they reference as an example.
Even for
Right.
facilities.
Right.
So strike it from their record.
Yeah, that's true. Then I asked to move to strike their whole testimony with respect to the similarity of the facility. I just made a motion to strike the testimony of their expert. No, I happen to be a citizen, my time stopped. I happen to be a citizen that happens to be a lawyer. That doesn't disavow me from my ability to have an interest in what happens to this community. Now, are you saying that we're not allowed to use it? And I'm saying, I'm asking them to strike the testimony that they referenced as the basis that Bayonne is going to be like Morris Plains. I'm just merely asking, if we don't have an ability to cross-examine the credibility of that, then why should they have been allowed to have admitted it? Can you rule on my motion, please? Okay, there's the answer. You have to strike the testimony. So, is it, in your experience, my last question to you, is having an environmental impact study about smells, noise, and things of that nature typical for this type of application?
It is often done, and it's allowed in the ordinance.
Okay, because if there's a problem, we may be looking at a 20-foot wall, right?
If there's a noise issue, it's going to be hard to protect that residential structure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I actually do have a question. Jamie Potkalesky, 31 Grove Avenue. Earlier you were asked about a property that you allowed or in support of that didn't have a buffer zone?
Yes.
And you weren't allowed to finish your question? Can you finish that now?
I can finish that question. So on Bloomfield Avenue, there's a side street, and there is a two-story building with residential above, and there was a dry cleaners underneath it, and there was a bar next door. On the side street, there were, I think, 5 parking spaces. And the applicant was converting the dry cleaning place to part of its restaurant, sharing the liquor license next door. There was no landscaping before, except on the abutting neighbor's property. There was a big privet hedge that separated my client's property from the first house. It was a great privet hedge. It was probably 8 feet tall. There was no place to put any landscaping on the property. So we said, we're going to keep essentially the parking the way it is. And this is a tiny corner lot that was maybe 50 by 125 feet wide.
That's awesome. Actually, on a follow-up, was it new development or was there a drive-through? Can you give me just a little?
There was no drive-through. This was an existing building with only interior modifications, and there were minor changes to, I think, the 5 parking spots in the rear that you had no alternatives to. They simply backed out to the side.
Yeah, so,
I just have one follow-up question.
okay.
There was just a gentleman up at the microphone, and you and he agreed on a number of things, including that there's been no testimony about noise, odor, the tractor trailer noise, etc. So I just want to confirm, you did not review all of the voluminous testimony that this board heard about noise in that parking lot. You didn't read a single word of any of that testimony from Mr. Paraguay and Mr. Duarte. You heard Mr. But you did not read any of their testimony about noise and about odors and about the quality of life issues. That's my only question. You didn't read a word of it. Is that true?
I already answered that question.
And the answer is no.
That was my answer then,
Thank you.
and it's not going to change.
Okay, so hang on. You have a question? Okay, go ahead.
So I'm a little bit confused here, and maybe you can...
That doesn't make you special, by the way.
Oh, I'm special, very special, trust me. What is a 4-ton? Does a truck have to be registered over 8,000 pounds?
No, I think there are two issues. On Dayton, there's an ordinance that says no
4-ton.
no truck, and I think it's a 5-ton.
4-ton.
4-ton limit. If it's over 4 tons, it shouldn't use Dayton as a pass-through.
Correct. Okay, so just like, so you have the Citizens Bank there on the corner, and a Brinks truck that comes into the back and uses Dayton Road. What's the gross weight of that truck? Is that something that would be surpassing the 4-ton?
I don't know, but it depends whether it's loaded with bullion or not, I suppose, but I don't know.
And just what about a landscaper's truck with a trailer? Again, is that over 4 tons, registered over 4 tons?
I don't know. All I can tell you is I suspect the tractor trailer that delivers to McDonald's is over 5 tons.
Is there a
over 4 tons, excuse me.
Is there a 3-minute idle law?
I'm not aware of the specifics, but I'm aware that that's a law that's hard to enforce.
Is there one then?
I don't know. I don't know the specifics of it, and I would not volunteer because I don't know the specifics.
I believe there's a 3-minute idle law where whatever, certain things, I guess a parked truck would have to adhere
That's
to.
probably a pollution issue rather than a noise issue.
Right, 100%. So would a refrigerated unit on the truck also be required to adhere to that 3-minute idle law?
I don't know. Probably not, because otherwise the food would thaw.
And another question you talked about, you brought up where the borough has an ordinance about aligning streets. Does that also include state roads? 202
I'm
is a
not sure I
state
understood
road?
your question.
You said the street should,
There's, in your site plan and subdivision ordinance, you have standards.
Right. Does that apply to a state road as well, or just borough roads?
While it's a planning principle that applies, period, except that the state makes the final call because it's their road.
So probably it does not, that,
If
what you brought up would not apply to this, or would?
Well, the answer is it applies to enforcing your ordinances. Let me make a clarification. It applies to new streets, but in this case, we have we have an intersection and we have a driveway, and what I'm saying is the principle of what's safer applies in my opinion. It's nice to have, if you look at, to the property just, to the east of this, like this with the Dunkin' Donuts in it, if you look at that driveway, it aims right at the street across Speedwell. That's a good design. And it's on the...
you have to make a right and then a left to get on.
The problem with it being only 46 feet away is that the car that wants to exit and go up Hillview doesn't really have an incentive to straighten out on Speedwell and then make a formal left. They're going to kind of do a diagonal, which is not safe.
But I think the testimony, you can get me wrong, trying to wrap my head around this, is that the state approved this design on 202 with the driveway and the alignment?
you know, there are different considerations when you combine lots, because now you have more flexibility to put a driveway. Now, before, when they were, I don't know when those developments occurred, but when they were separate lots, the state can't deny you access to your property. But once you combine them, and in this case, demolish all the curbs and the sidewalks, in my opinion, you have the opportunity to do something that's safe.
No, that's what I'm trying to understand this. But both traffic engineers, ours and theirs, like this design of where this driveway is. And I think the DOT as well.
I'm not a traffic expert, I'm just talking about planning principles, and maybe they didn't take into consideration that the applicant is demolishing everything on the site, so the driveway could be moved. I don't know what was in their mind, I'm not a traffic expert, but I know your standards and I know typical planning standards.
Okay, that's gonna be it for tonight? No, it's 11:30, okay? And listen, I'll stay here all night, but we have other people to consider. Okay? Good night. Okay, excuse me, can we have some? Yeah. Whoa.
Next Monday.
That's
There, 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
Next Monday, 7 o'clock. Also meeting scheduled for 2 days later, no further notice. The CEO here on Monday, 7 o'clock.
We have a motion to adjourn?
We adjourn.